traveler.
Change your mind.
You require my assistance?
Hello and welcome to the THL Top 8 for this duo tournament that we started yesterday. My name is BrushyTuna and today I am joined with the one, the only, RonMexico. How you doing, Ron?
Hey, how's it going there, BrushyTuna, fellow social butterfly? I gotta say, what better way to conclude the duos tournament today with the best casting duo here. We're gonna get after it today with this amazing top 8.
Listen, Ron, I'm just going to carry you like I do in everything else. I don't know about this amazing duo. This is the Tuna Show.
Shut up, Tuna.
All
right, so we got a really exciting one to start off with. I love this whole top 8, but I think we have a great lead off. I love the kind of the closer seeds that are matched together. Why don't you tell us who we're leading off with, Tuna?
Tonight we are Tonight we are leading off with Based and Astralfrog taking on Skritch and Bluesombrero. Base's team as the 3 seed and Skritch's team as the 6 seed here in this top 8.
And they got some spicy lineups here. I was especially interested in the lineup brought by Skritch and Bluesombrero. Looks like the players are ready and the bands are in already. So we aren't going to see, looks like, the mage from either side. But we've got a very interesting rogue and warlock for Skritch and Blue and a priest and rogue for Based that are going to be on the docket for today.
Interesting that it's a double mage ban. I assume probably because a lot of people hate that priest recently. That people just come in and be like, nah, I don't want to stay here for 40 minutes. Let's just get that priest out of here.
Yep, but Based respecting the turtle mage, and Skritch and Blue Spartan want no, or Blue Spartan, Skritch and Bluesombrero want no part of Base tempo mage here, the one running those mana giants and cyclones and all that that crazy tempo nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that full tempo version. I haven't personally been a fan of the turtle mage, and that tempo one just seems overall better. But you know, there was a lot of success yesterday in the tournament with that turtle mage. So maybe I'm just a dumb caster, and these players know something I don't.
Well, I'm not going to be the one to argue with you calling yourself dumb, so let's move on to the match.
All right, I've given these players the green light to go. Team Based and Astralfrog will be on the bottom half of your screen, and Team Skritch and Bluesombrero will be on the top.
All right, so what do you think we see as a leadoff here?
Rogue versus Rogue. Just kidding.
Rogue
it's going to be Rogue versus
call.
Priest.
Yeah, I
Base
can
just
see
gonna
that.
throw that base. They're just gonna throw that priest out there and just like get rid of this. Like I don't want to look at this.
All right, and provided the spectator client works for me, I'll be able to.
Oh, I was right on my first guess. I should have
here.
second guessed myself.
Hey, Rogue Mirror, good call. You changed your decision, but you
Yeah,
still said it first. We're
that's
gonna
what I
stick
get.
with that. Okay, and what we see in base opener, a whole bunch of secret stuff and Flick. Gonna throw it all back. And on Skritch's side, we see a pretty good 1-2-3 curve.
Mm-hmm. Now this plagiarize that was in base's opening hand, I have not seen it work out well. What do you how do you feel about that card in particular here for team base?
It can be pretty irritating for opponents in a lot of matches. It can be very strong against some later game things, but in this kind of matchup, I think this is a card base would prefer to have just hang out at the very bottom of the deck for the entire game.
I mean, you could steal the aggression though, right? Like get it out early and
There's a chance you could kill your opponent with, stealing their Wolf Rider or their Scimitar or something, but generally I think, oh, and there's a plagiarize right away. I don't think it's going to be all that helpful, but it
we're
could
doing
be
the play.
helpful.
We're stealing the burn.
Maybe strictly just to activate, some secret synergy, bounce something back with the stunners or activate Hanar.
Yeah. But we do have at
Skritch with
least
a very
good one.
straightforward lead. Yeah, and base here probably. Oh wow. Okay, just gonna respect that this is a very aggressive matchup. I was thinking we might be seeing pass on this turn, but looking like base respecting that this is a very fast deck and
Yeah.
she just needs board.
Yeah, because I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is the +3-0 and immune this turn and go for 6, and then this 1-2 can clear up the second half of that 3-1 then on the following turn.
And that's the decision that Skritch is being presented with right now. Do Skritch and Blue just dagger up, play the Ash Tongue here? Possibly just leave the minion stealthed and dagger and pass, but you don't really want to be giving your opponent time when you're such a fast deck. Might just choose to push 6 face right now.
Yeah, like this. You got Wolf Rider and stuff over the top. I mean, there was also considerations because they did draw the Greyheart Sage 4 turn that they could have saved that and drawn the 2 extra cards, but 6 damage just feels real good.
Yeah, 6 is a lot, and base now with the option to Shadow Step the minion, but probably just has to clear the 3-1 off the board. That would be the main reason for playing that 1-2, and does so, taking some damage away.
Yeah, this ambush here is pretty nice, even though they're going to be taking some extra damage. It is just a free minion here to clean up anything on this board.
Yeah, and I think with the aggressive line, you know that the minion has to do the trading for you. So Skritch probably just going to push face here. A 3-1 into a 2-3 is a tempting trade, but at the same time, your game plan is hit him in the face.
Face is the place for
that 2-3. That's not face.
That's not face. You see face, it's down here on the bottom of the screen. Or I guess the top of their screen. Just go for it.
Skritch and Blue agree and go for the face.
Yep. And these turns are getting real awkward for team base. They don't really have any kind of anti-aggression right now. No backstabs, no any other like early game minions. Even like a miscreant to get some lackeys out here would have been pretty nice to see by this time. But
yeah, we've had some bad draws on base side of things for the time being. Backstab would have been massive here, especially, just consider if there was 2 backstabs in hand along with that Edwin or the questing, could have made a really, really strong board. Instead, just going with the maximum amount of power and stats that they can right now based on Astralfrog. And this Edwin's getting charged up to an 8-8? 8-8.
8-8, yep.
Skritch holding 2 3-1 stealth minions. probably just want to throw those out there. And what's the place?
Base. Base is the
Base
place.
is the place. There's a Hanar. Can pair with a Plagiarize and start the chain. Of course, it only generates one secret and would make Hanar sort of a priority target, but at the same time, that keeps damage off of your face.
Yeah.
So most likely the play that has to be made. And usually you always pick Paladin Spell, but that's when you're
Ice
chaining.
Barrier, yeah.
And you don't have the mana to play anything else, so based very quickly before I could mention that the mage spell's the best one there. Yeah, you definitely want the spell that gives you more health.
Yeah.
Good setup on Skritch and Blue's side. Obviously wanted to draw cards with those stealth minions. And now I see 6 more damage that can go face. An additional 4 as well with the Eviscerate, but a Sap is so tempting for that Edwin on the board.
I wonder if you just sap the Edwin this turn and try to set up for the Eviscerate kill for next turn somehow. Ooh.
Actually going to sap the Hanar just to block the pesky Hanar issues. I think that makes a lot of sense because the 8 damage from Edwin doesn't really do a whole lot when you're at 30 health.
Oh, and there's a backstab.
Got your opponent to 9.
We can finally clear up this board.
Backstab.
We can go backstab. The sap we stole from the Plagiarize. Edwin trades into one of these 3-attack minions in the Ice Barrier. And you're just left with an Edwin and an Ice Barrier on board. Which could
Might need to go face with the Edwin.
Leave
maybe
one of the
even
3/1s.
Sap the Sage, play an Ice Barrier, and Edwin goes face. It's a rough spot, regardless, with how little life base has left. Looking like maybe just wanting to get the Shadow Jeweler. That, again, will be able to discover another secret that could be useful. And you know your opponent just prioritized sapping the Hanar, so may just want to get it back on board because it's pesky.
Yeah, I mean, it deals well with the low health attack of a lot of these stealth minions. You know, most of these minions in this deck do only have 1 or 2 health on average, so.
True. And based knowing that effectively being at 17 health with this Ice Barrier means that Edwin trading might just never win you the game here and needs to just push this damage because now you know the health is a little bit closer and can have a chance to get back in this, but it looks still pretty dire.
Yeah.
And Skritch and Blue have a strong position.
I think they're looking at killing this Edwin with the Burring Scorpid. Trade your 3/1 into Edwin, kill it off with the Scorpid. Sets up for Greyheart and Eviscerates and stuff for the following turn.
The problem being presented for Skritch and Blue is that there's a Hanar on board and a secret in hand. So Base and Astral can go ahead and chain more secrets that can be really irritating. There is also the option of just using the trade and the Scorpid and the Abyss to remove the board. And that's what they're going to do, just missing a little bit of face damage here, but prioritizing both of these minions are big problems. They want to get them out of here. Could come back to bite them making that decision, but at the same time, it's still 8 damage represented on the board and 14 health on Base and Astral side, so they are very close to death. See what Jantis has.
Taunts. Dang, taunts.
Those are not taunts. And generally, you just pick the worst minion.
Yep.
That gets the 1 hit, kills it. But I don't think Skritch and Blue are going to pay any attention to this board anymore.
No, you gotta ignore whatever Base is doing from here on out.
Didn't block face damage. can play a Greyheart Sage and draw more cards, activate the Scimitar as the combo and get 4 more damage, 9 going face and set
Set them
base
to
2 health.
Wonder if they're thinking about maybe playing another stealth minion instead of the Greyheart Sage.
You don't have to play the Greyheart Sage, and it would make a reasonable amount of sense to just drop 2 stealth minions here.
Yeah.
But I think the Scimitar has to come down.
Yeah, I think that's the argument. Is like, do you want one Greyheart or double stealth with your Scimitar? Scimitar was 100% the play every time, but what were all the other options we were going to do?
And it makes sense too because these stealth minions represent lethal on board right now. The Sage can also draw for burn if Base and Astral find some way out of this. They don't have nearly enough damage to push for lethal. Gonna play the Secret Passage to look for outs that I don't believe are there. I guess it could be with Miscreant actually finding taunts.
Or even Pharaohcat can find you like
or
a Bone
Warp
Wraith.
Thief finding like a freeze to go with the taunt. I still don't think it's going to be enough. Witchy potentially creating a new out.
We're going to Witchy the Druid of the Claw. Oh.
And that's a miss as well.
But they do find the lethal.
Base and Astralfrog finding the lethal. You gotta appreciate that. And Maiev takes down Pirate Valera. Skritch and Bluesombrero go up 1-0 in this top 8.
Hey, I got a pack from that. Hey, thanks, guys.
Ooh, nice.
It's a win on all fronts for me.
So now we see Base, Rogue, and Priest have to take down Skritch and Blues Warlock in order to get Base and Astralfrog through. If this Warlock can find a win in this game or the next, Skritch and Blue will move on to the top 4. Little bit of a better starting hand for Base here, getting that Pharaohcat early.
Yeah, now they have some good early game stuff compared to last game, so hopefully this will be able to do enough for them to stave off the aggression of this Warlock.
But this Warlock looks like it has an extremely strong start. Gonna wait for Dark Glare to go off heavily on the next turn. Coin Dark Glare, tap
Like
Flame Imp, which also charges up the Flesh Giant a lot with all the times the health changes during the turn.
Yeah, it charges
Might
up
actually
twice.
be enough. It'd be 1,
2,
maybe a third with a top deck. On Base and Astral side here, we've got what, probably just an ambush? Plagiarize.
Okay. Probably hoping to grab some early game minions here to...
Maybe anticipating the setup because the tour guide got played and the button wasn't pressed, so wants to plagiarize all of these minions that are getting played.
There is so much untapped power in this world.
Too bad they didn't draw anything, though, to play off this last 2 mana from the Dark Glare. But still a great turn nonetheless. And a backstab picked up here for Team Base.
Yeah, this is a really good answer turn for Base, having that plagiarize, getting all those cards, a coin, as well as a backstab off the top.
We're gonna do our own.
Going with the Dark Glare.
Hey, I see what you guys did last turn. I like that. Let's. I want to do that too.
Can do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Well, not quite.
I miss out on a draw, but like.
Yeah. You can't play the Ebon Lock to make the imp cost 0.
But we do get eviscerate the Dark Glare and backstab down the Evanlock. So
very strong answer from Team Based here.
and they set that all up with that turn 2 plagiarize. Really well played by them.
Yeah, just immediately kind of sniffing out the play that was planned by Team Skritch with the tour guide on 1 and no tap.
Yeah, this leaves Team Skritch's hand a little awkward this turn. It's either play out a 3/4 just for pure tempo and not get the battle cry, or tap and make our flesh giant cost a little less. But
Tap and float mana seems very dicey.
Yeah.
May just need to be a tempo 3/4. It at least competes reasonably well with the board. But this plagiarize essentially looks like it put Team Based in the driver's seat on what was a very scary opener.
Yep, and we will just tempo out the 3/4.
And no value trades here, just trading 3/2 for 3/2. Team Based, knowing how awkward the turn was, there's a chance you can risk it with questing as a 3/3. With Wand Thief, not going to go that route. Restless Mummy can come down after taking the damage. Also very nicely done, just to refresh the mana.
I love that the way that Team Base is playing around with this Dark Glare that they got. They get a free weapon out of it, and they don't have to trade their Pharaoh Cat, and then they still get to play the Restless Mummy.
Just abusing those mana mechanics extremely well. Team Skritch here just dropping the Vulture, all they can really do, and now we've got a lot more that Based can do here on this turn. Some interesting options from that Wand Thief as well.
I think you just take the Arcane Breath, right? Just 1 mana, deal 2.
It's probably just good enough. Flame Strike may be a consideration, considering how close they are to turn 7, to just hold it as an answer for a difficult board, especially against a strategy that usually likes to go wide. And Potion is the high rolly option there too. With all of these minions on board, Potion can also get a 1 mana 1/1 questing adventurer with other 1 mana things in hand and just go off with that.
And it definitely will not be a 1/1 for long.
Team Skritch, fortunately, having that Flame Imp to activate the Destroyer 1 turn sooner than the tap would enable. This is going to get that questing out of here. Does trigger the poison minion though. And Team Based in a very commanding lead here on board, can just keep pushing the pressure as much as possible and put Team Skritch heavily on the back foot.
I can't wait to see this Dark Glare, double Dark Glare combo out of this rogue.
Another Flame Strike being offered. A puzzle box. You could always ask, what's in the box? Probably too late. And Mirror Image, actually, almost certainly the right pick out of those options, since, again, this is a board-focused deck, and those 0/2 taunts are really pesky. That could wind up just locking this game out for Team Skritch and picking up a quick victory for Team Based.
Unless this Expired Merchant with his Hand of Gul'dan gets him anything good, that will lock up this game.
Trying to target their own face
with their attack.
The 3/3. All right, so we've got it tied up at 1, and here we go with a Highlander Priest versus a Pain Zoo Warlock in the second best words in Hearthstone. Game 3.
It's always the best. If it's the last game of the series, it's always the best, So Doesn't matter whether it's game 5, game 7, game 3. You know, if it's the last game of the series, it's the best words in Hearthstone.
There you go.
Game 3. And now, this one is... What's Highlander Priest? I don't have the double early game AoE, but this still feels like it should be Priest favored, correct?
I think it might actually be Warlock favored. I don't know the stats well enough offhand because the meta is a bit too new for me still.
Meta's too new for everyone.
Yeah. Like with any Highlander deck, though, the Priest has always a reasonable chance at getting a win against anything because of Zephyrus. But I'm pretty sure that Zoo Warlock has the edge because of all the aggression that can be applied in the early game.
Yeah. Looking for an early Breath and Infinite. Definitely for the Priest here, but that doesn't even clear a lot of the minions, I guess, anymore. A lot of them have 3 or more health.
True. And we see Team Skritch starting with the tour guide on 1. Very strong start for this kind of Warlock deck. They can tap on 2, tour guide tap on 3. They get tour guide tap on 2 along with a Spirit Jailer. A lot of strong options. Based, picking up the Zeph. Big
That's
pickup.
huge. We can, here for Team Skritch, we can play the Ebon Lock out with the Soul Jailer here. Just go for as much tempo as possible.
There is so much
Yeah, also a very strong play here. This minion, of course, discounting the demons in hand. So that's quite a few stats on board this early in the game. We'll see if base feels compelled to play out the Zephyrus early or if they want to go for a different play. Coin, Mind Flayer,
Mind Flayer.
and Volpera were all options. Mind Flayer seems a pretty reasonable option here just to contest the stats and also get the highest statted thing back on the board once the Mind Flayer dies.
Yeah, it's nice. Double 3 attack minion here to help fight back on board. Even if it dies this turn, you really don't care.
And I love the setup from Team Skritch here. Tap first, then play the tour guide. The next tap's going to cost 0. That enables, right off the bat, Brittlebone can just come down and clear anything that gets played if there is some kind of threat from the Priest on this turn.
Thinking about the
Base.
Volpera.
Finds out maybe some board clear options, potentially. Ruin probably won't be good enough unless you're planning for clearing up Flesh Giants with it. Wave is solid to prevent some damage. Power Word Shield, not great for
Kinda
this specific
lackluster.
scenario.
Yeah.
And Mystery Choice, hey, you
What's
can
in the
always
box?
just find out what's in this kind of box. Going with the Power Word Shield.
Okay.
Does allow for a little bit more of just board control right now. The Death Rattle minion sticking around and not having to die after taking that trade is also a solid choice. Oh, and that is an interesting pickup. You play it now, you discard the Flesh Giant, but it is a rushing 5/5 to use all your mana.
I don't think you want to discard this Flesh Giant. Unless it's with the Expired Merchants.
Yeah, you really don't want to lose the Flesh Giant. Expired Merchant obviously would make it a good discard, but you're also, if your Team Skritch, maybe a little bit nervous about losing or playing the Expired Merchant because it could just get stolen.
That'd be so awesome. Alright, looks like we're going to answer the Ebon Lock with the Brittlebone Destroyer.
And yeah, definitely a reasonable play here. The Brittlebone is strong in the early game in this scenario because it competes well on the board. Would have been very strong in the late game, but I didn't think they could afford to wait that long, so reasonable choice. You can't play the Ebon Lock Message from Based, by the way. Top 10 dirtiest plagiarizes or just outright number 1?
Outright number 1, I think.
Yeah.
The plagiarize from last game was insane.
I haven't seen much of Plagiarize just yet, but that was pretty insane. Basically game winning.
They used their own the Warlock's own Dark Lair better than the Warlock did last game.
Yep. And here we go, Team Skritch seizing the opportunity to play out a minion that still discounts the Flesh Giant, so they can play Flesh Giant along with a 3/2. Very strong board here that Based needs to answer. Although holding
We do have the
Zeph,
time rip as well.
you're holding an answer. Time Rip, very good on curve for dealing with a Flesh Giant as well. And just clear up the board completely. I love this play.
Oh, Soul Fragment off the top. Down to just 1 in deck.
And these draws from Team Skritch are starting to get pretty lackluster here.
Yeah.
They know they need to send a lot of pressure, and they really haven't been able to do it at this point. The Priest making it to turn 6 now with this kind of hand and this amount of health, and the board presence being what it is,
Yeah.
this looks like Team Based is on their way to a victory right now. Team Skritch is really going to have to come up with a lot of power very soon to be able to compete on
a
this
hand of
board.
Gul'dan or something to help swing this mediocre hand back into something good.
And Based going full tempo, recognizing that Dark Glare is one of the things that makes this Warlock deck excel. This is a really strong tempo play here. A little bit on the risky side, maybe to use the Zephyrus that way.
I don't know. They did pick up a nice Holy Ripple, though, with the Wrench, last half of this name. Wrench Tutor. That's a nice 3 damage AoE, though. So. Ooh, and not the minions you wanted to see off the raised head. Probably hoping to get back that Flesh Giant. Or even the Brittlebone Destroyer.
Definitely hoping for Flesh Giant. Brittlebone wouldn't have been too bad.
Brittlebone would have been next best, but...
You know that Sethic Veilweaver is a big problem. Soulfire might just come down and clear it, and that's what they're going to do.
Ooh. Not bad on the discard there.
Yeah, but at this point in the game, I don't really see a realistic outcome where Team Skritch is going to pull off the victory here. I guess it would have to involve some kind of Flesh Giant draws that get things out of reach. Maybe a Vulture that pulls a good, strong minion.
And Team Base is just going to steal the double Evanlock Prime there from Team Skritch.
And that was the risk at any point of playing that expired Merchant. It could just get stolen by Priest, by a Zephyrus play, by the 4 mana card that can steal with the Spell Burst. Base, the options here somewhat interesting, but really the plays have already been made that essentially lock this game up.
Yeah, Hand of Gul'dan
does have an option now
be able
with
to do
the draw here. Yeah, the Hand of Gul'dan is a big draw. Gives some chances to come back. Nightshade can discard the other Hand of Gul'dan and draw even more.
Yep. And we get to
clear up that 4/5. Oh, and there's a Raised Dead. Could find another Flesh Giant, potentially.
Alright, just going for full tempo. Drop out our 1-drops.
Not going to play it yet since they are holding the other Dark Glare. Which makes sense to just refresh some mana. Wave of Apathy off the top. Could be pretty strong given that there's a 5-attack minion on the board, although Holy Ripple can just clear it.
Yeah. Looks like that's what we're going to do. Play, trade.
And there goes that board as well. Priest in very commanding position. There's a 0-mana Flesh Giant off the top. A Forbidden Words, though, will just kill that. A Wave of Apathy would enable Forbidden Words to kill it for only 1 mana as well.
Agony goes a long way.
Team Skritch going with the Dark Lair. Gonna do some more self-damage, refresh mana, and those keep coming back. They're not really useful at this point. I don't see a way out.
Yeah, I don't see a way out either. Sorry, I had to answer a couple questions here on the side. But yeah, Team Base got this pretty well locked up.
Finding a little bit of healing, going with, you know, as wide a board as possible. Take a trade, make board space. Flame Imp is going to summon another thing from that Vulture, but also just put lethal on board for based. You know, which obviously 7 health, 7 attack on board. Team Skritch getting out of here. Congratulations to Based and Astralfrog, who advance to the top 4.
Nice. And they are our first game that finished here too. So they get to sit back, relax, and see how the rest of this top 8 works out, and see who they get to play the most.
Yeah, so that Warlock, the Pain Zoo Warlock, definitely showing that it has some game, and very likely would have won without the Plagiarize with that opening turn. But Based and company just making an incredibly strong play with the Plagiarize, finding a win with the Rogue, picking up the reverse sweep essentially with Rogue and Priest, and just showing why she won crossover player of the season in THL last season, and why she's such a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and plus she's playing with her brother, so that family bond right there is propelling them past everybody else.
That's right.
But we do have an update.
Looks like we have another result. Yeah, go ahead.
We got Team Markshire takes down Team Zancat 2-0. So Team Markshire is waiting on the results of Team BZRK and Team NejiBoston to finish. And then Team Base is waiting on Team Adamos and Team A2 to finish as well. And for the folks at home who don't know, we are doing something a little different. We're going to broadcast both of these top 4s individually. So we will broadcast one game soon, hopefully. And then the second top 4 match will be put aside. And once that first top 4 match is done, then the second one will be played out, and then we'll hop into the finals. That way we can bring you as much Hearthstone as we possibly can today.
More Hearthstone is good.
Thanks, Ron.
I'm here for that next level analysis.
More Hearthstone is good. Content good.
Actually, yeah, my bad. I threw an "is" in there, which really wasn't necessary.
No, it
more
wasn't.
Hearthstone good. There we go.
Why
Clean
say
that
more
up.
words when less words do good?
Any chance we can jump into one of these other matches that are going on?
BZRK has Spectate turned off. Probably BZRKing it in there. We can watch the halves. We can jump into NejiBoston's half and see if BZRK will let us in. So we can go ahead and do that.
Alternatively, A2 and Adam both have Spectate turned on. The 2 seed versus 7 seed. We can see both sides. Or yeah, maybe we should jump into.
We got the 1 seed and 8 seed. Let's see how the 1 seed's doing here.
All right. All right, so we are taking NejiBoston's perspective here. I wonder if we can get base to turn on, or
I've
Berserk
already
to turn on
sent
spectate.
Berserk a message, so we'll see. Just turned it
Nice.
on. Sweet.
Excellent. All right. Is this game one?
No idea.
Well,
I did
from both
ask,
sides,
but
let's see.
but I have no idea.
NejiBoston's Priest was banned. Berserk's Mage was banned. We've got a Warrior versus a Mage right now. They haven't updated any scores yet, so we'd have to assume maybe that this is just game one here.
Yeah, I think they did get a late start. I was kind of keeping an eye on it while we were casting the other match, and they didn't get into playing each other until kind of later. So
It looks pretty late in the game, and it looks like Berserk and RescueWabbit here have the advantage. That's a lot of damage that's being pushed on that mage, and we have to assume that there's already some bombs in deck here.
yeah, if you just want to take over here by yourself, Ron, while I try to catch up the logos for the fans at home.
You got it. So off the top, NejiBoston not drawing a bomb yet, which of course I'm sure they appreciate. We see an option for a 1-mana Nozari in hand. I would expect that there's probably at least 2 bombs in the deck. Maybe there's only 1. Just checking for any Highlander cards in hand. There are none, so we don't know if the Highlander effects are active or not. But we know very soon, possibly this turn, that Nozari is going to come down and refresh the health. Looks like that's the debate right now. There's also the option to play OG Alexstrasza, but it would most likely be better to just set the opponent to 15, play it aggressively. Gonna play the 1-mana Nozari and a Siamat for Divine Shield and Taunt. And this has got to be really bad news for Berserk and company here. Not what you want to see when your opponent is almost dead and you're looking to push the lethal. The 1-mana Nozari coming down to refresh the life completely. Now at this point, some options. Was considering a Bladestorm to lead off. Reconsidering also holding a Lord Barov as an option to clear. Very complex turn right now for Berserk and RescueWabbit. Also only 3 cards left in deck, so definitely losing the fatigue battle. Basically, that Nozari, not something you could have planned for, and that wrecks your entire game plan to this point. So might have needed a moment or two to recover from being a little tilted by seeing that Nozari. And electing to go with the Deathwing to clear up these minions on board. That is a 12 attack that is going to survive the board with a clear. Choosing not to push that bomb damage yet. We do see a bomb being drawn right off the top for NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh. We've got Reno is not active, so there are at least 2 bombs in deck.
Yeah, but you're probably asking yourself at this point, Ron,
All in due
what's in the box?
You know, sometimes you just gotta ask. I don't think this is gonna be the turn that they rip the box just yet, though. Holding the Reno for a disappear and more armor gain. Well ahead in the fatigue battle, unless the majority of those cards are bombs, which we don't have that
Yeah, we have
information.
no idea.
All we know is there's 2+ bombs in deck, and we're looking at least a third once this last wrench caliber charge gets used, or if it gets used, because it might be waiting on more durability buffs.
I assume there's 4 if they haven't drawn any bombs. This weapon has swung 4 times at least. So There was possibly 4 bombs in the deck at any given point this game. Because it's been double upgraded plus the durability
Right,
upgrade from
it's
the...
so hard to know,
Yeah.
not having watched like the majority of this game to know if this weapon already swung, put a bomb in the deck that was already drawn before we started spectating.
Yeah,
so.
anywhere from 2 to 4 bombs, folks. That's what we got. That's what we got for the bomb counters at home who are curious. 2
That's
to 4
right.
boxes. Or bombs, not
And
boxes.
we have to assume that most likely NejiBoston is going to use the Alex aggressively once Berserk starts fatiguing, knowing that, you know, they don't have any more armor gain from the hero power.
Interesting.
Just getting cards out of hand.
But we only had
They
9
weren't
cards
even-
in hand, so...
They weren't even about to burn. I don't know why the Frost Nova was used there.
Huh.
Clearing space for puzzle box, a puzzle box setup because
they
you
know
think it
it's gonna
likely
draw
draws you
40 extra
cards and you're
cards.
gonna burn. But wouldn't you want to have your hand full so you could burn the bombs? I'm not sure what that decision was, but maybe we'll find out at a later point.
Or maybe we won't. We'll never find out. Who knows?
And there's the Dr. Krasinov, so that explains why the weapon swing did not come through yet, although with no minions for Krasinov to swing into, may just want to play it as a threat to force it to be removed. We can see that it would pretty easily be removed, though, so chooses to hold back, just waiting again.
Okay, this Conjur's Calling might be allow Team NejiBoston to force a board clear or something out of the Warrior.
You know that the Warrior's hand is full of board clears. I assume NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh have been tracking what their opponents have played so far, and this is open deck list, so they should know the majority of what cards have not been used yet. So Bladestorm and Brawl are an absolute guarantee to be in hand, or at least, you know, one of those with one card left in deck. It's a possibility from their perspective. It could be 2 Bladestorms and no Brawl, and Brawl is the last card. But yeah, just some difficult decisions, I guess.
Thinking about renoing. Okay.
Well, they must know that there's basically only 1 minion left. From what we can see, there's 1 minion and maybe a second left in deck, depending on what the bottom card is. So Reno, not really all that relevant for anything but armor gain at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. So they would have known then just 2 minions left in deck.
Well, 3, right? Because Krasinov and
Lord Barov. I forgot that Barov was right there in hand. Yeah.
All right,
so
here's
3.
a bomb. Okay, so there's only 1 bomb left in deck now that we know.
And yep, that yellow highlight right around Reno says there is 1 bomb remaining in NejiBoston's 5-card deck. This might be the turn where we just see a OG Alex right now on the aggressive end. We can even freeze the Cobalt Sticky Finger.
Yep, prevent damage coming back at you.
The secret is a misdirection, so that also may be a consideration, just to wait for the secret to be played. Also knowing that, you know, Alex would represent a minion that Krasinov could rush into, that would give more durability to the Wrench Caliber and get themselves closer to the loss. May also just want to wait for the OG Alex until all that arm is used up.
I wonder
Jandis
if we
is an
just
option.
Jandis Conjur's Calling. Okay, we're gonna go with the Reno. All right, Reno Conjur's Calling. Okay.
So NejiBoston has finally presented something of a board for Berserk to interact with. Barov in hand, Bladestorm in hand, Krasinov in hand. You know Krasinov really wants to come down on this board to give them more weapon charges. But they don't have the opportunity to play the board clear with Bladestorm and the Krasinov right now.
I do gotta say, Lord Barov has like one of the coolest animations from this set. Just that giant hammer swinging in and then he appears.
It is really cool.
So cool. Well done, Blizzard. I'll give you this one.
So it looks like Team Berserk prioritizes that extra durability right now. Gonna get the weapon charged up, and now gonna get the bad news on this misdirection that is 9 damage that is not going face.
Hit the
It's
high
either
main.
gonna hit Barov or the high main.
Whoa.
There's bomb number 2 in Team NejiBoston's deck.
Oh!
Reno. The Blessing of Authority, and it can attack face or no?
No, because it got the thing from this turn.
I was wondering if the Reno interaction would change it at all.
Nah.
I guess Neji didn't know that either.
Yeah, you
or
see him
just,
click
like,
and drag. He was like,
hovered, yeah,
"Does
a
this work?"
dragged face. Just hey, is this a chance? Smart. You got to make sure you test it at least.
Yeah, I mean, can't miss 10 face damage because you think you knew how the interaction works. Got to be for sure.
I think at this point with the fatigue going, you probably want to play that OG Alex aggressively. Still gonna wait.
Ooh, 5/7s.
Defender probably has to be the pick.
Just 'cause
Given
of the
that
bombs.
it's just health restore and there
Yeah.
are bombs in your deck.
That's fair.
It's also, I mean, there is an argument for Smug Senior because that is a
And just look at
6
that
attack
smug
Wretch
grin
Caliber.
on his face. He wants to
Got
get out
smug.
there.
It also gives you more taunts, which is also very useful for the late game.
Yep.
The only thing we're definitely not taking is Overfiend, and does decide on the defender here. I don't know if you were here for it, but the main reason we're in this position in this game is because Team NejiBoston was holding a 1-mana Nozari
Oh, yeah, I
That
think I
they-
heard you. Yeah, I heard you say
Yeah.
that.
that they dropped that just honestly completely destroyed Team Berserk's whole game plan there for bombs are gonna win this game eventually, and that flipped the game around, and now it looks like Team NejiBoston is on their way to the win. The hand from Berserk, along with already fatiguing, would suggest there's really no way that they can win. If Team NejiBoston is tracking, then they know that Bladestorm is the only other card that could present any kind of difficulty right now,
hmm
which would suggest maybe Jandis and Firebrand getting played right here.
Oh, okay. Dragoncaster and
Also good,
Freeze.
also a very good option. That's 4 health and 6 health respectively, so the 4 would get cleared by Bladestorm, and that's going to be enough. Berserk recognizes we can't get through in this game, giving what I assume is a 1-0 lead to Team
Yeah.
NejiBoston.
let me hit one of them up and see. Game 1. Okay, that was game 1. So we do get to see the full series here, folks. As we do wait for the top 4 to begin eventually. All right, so we will see the Druid come at this warrior once again for here from Team Berserk.
All right. So what we see now is Team Berserk, the #1 seed, on the back foot, needing a reverse sweep to pick up a win. We did just witness Team Base getting the reverse sweep themselves in this, so definitely a very doable thing. And it's going to have to happen with the Warrior taking a win over Druid first.
Yep.
Druid wants ramp, has ramp, feels good. Oh, wow. Druid's got all the
Right,
things.
yep. I do gotta say, I've been playing a good bit of Warrior the past 2 days. Not this exact version, but a similar version. And it does feel fairly fine into Druid. Because Bladestorm answers a lot of Guardian Animals turns, and you just have good tools to deal with the high tempo plays of this Druid.
Absolutely. A very good point that Warrior has so many clears. especially this kind of bomb controlly warrior that Team Berserk is playing, that I think it is slightly favored stats.
Yeah. I think it might
But
not be
when-
by much, but it's got to be a little bit. And plus with the bombs too, since Druid does love to eventually just draw through its entire deck in one turn, or at least attempts to. These bombs could easily push through some last damage that is needed.
the nature studies in them, they move to the fleet so they can play
Uh-oh.
either three
Sorry folks, it seems like I'm having
direct and waiting for growth turn.
internet issues here. Ron sounds like a robot to me who's speaking 1,000 words a second, so we'll see. We'll see how things
oh no,
go.
do I still?
No, okay, we're good. I think we refreshed.
Oh, good. I'm no stranger to internet issues. I've been having some internet issues myself lately, so I was curious if it might be on my end.
Nope. My because I have Twitch and stuff over here on the right hand side to keep up with the stream to make sure I was doing good, and even that crashed, and I was like, well, there we go.
Good times.
Yep. So we do get to see that Guardian Animals come out here from Team NejiBoston.
Yeah, regardless of no minions being on the board to attack into, Guardian Animals just the main game plan of the deck, and too strong to pass up the opportunity to play that as early as possible. We see Team Berserk with disappointing results from
they wanted to clear up one of these minions.
Clear Peter's pet. Had that weapon ready to smack into a minion, and all of a sudden, hey, that minion's stealth too.
Yep. What are the odds?
Go fig.
Yeah, we'll clear up the death rattle off this. Okay. I guess we'll go face. Easy enough.
Just want to get those bombs in deck earlier. Holding Dr. Boom could be extremely strong on turn 7. 1 bomb in deck. Planning on more bombs, clearly, with the setup from Krasinov to put even more bombs in deck for turns to follow. And has
Oh boy. Rounds sound like a demonic demon now to me. Come on, internet. You can do it.
oh no.
Now I don't know whose side I was on, because my side was fine this time. We have the 2 bad internet people of THL over here casting these games.
Yeah. Mine is currently on.
Ron's casting for mobile. And I'm casting from a hotel.
It's not internet. Easy. The things you do for Hearthstone.
Things we do for Hearthstone in this awesome DHL. I almost said the L word, but I caught myself.
Series. League format series. There you go.
Yeah,
that's the best L word. League format series. All right, and difficult breakpoint on that teacher's pet, but wisely choosing to hit and then whirlwind to kill it. Krasinov can charge up that weapon even more, and knows that Krasinov is going to die to any of these minions. Was hoping that Krasinov could take a value hit, but the minion that spawned was Emperor Cobra. Team NejiBoston's 3-drop beasts have been very fortunate from those teacher's pets.
Yeah, they don't have another one. I'm pretty sure they would get Mooklaw off that one. With the way these beasts have been going.
Yeah. And you know, when it's your opponent's turn 6 that's just ended and you're a druid, what better thing to do but play a 5/15 Ysera taunt?
Easy life.
Easy life. A brawl, however, can usually effectively clear up the Ysera. Not the case for Team Berserk here, as the worst possible outcome from the brawl is what they see with a 5/15 taunt. Ysera surviving that board.
Yeah. Too bad they weren't on
And
8
now,
mana. They would have been able to clear it still with the Blade Storm, but just a turn too early.
yeah, absolutely, and just in a really bad spot here now. This is looking like the Druid is in an extremely powerful position that can easily lock up the game in the next few turns unless Team Berserk can find an answer and fast. That's not quite the answer you're looking for. Gonna have to Bladestorm just to clear out the Twilight Runner. Otherwise, it's lethal on board. Which definitely feels bad. And with Swipe and Hero Power, 5, 9, 10, 11 from Ironbark. And the Hero Power, is that just lethal already? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
So this is going to lock it up. 8 seed Team NejiBoston taking down the #1 seed Team Berserk, getting some very fortunate outcomes in this series. Obviously, a 1-mana Nozari and a very favorable brawl outcome, but played to those outs and played it extremely well and taken down that upset victory to move on to the top 4. Congratulations to Team NejiBoston.
All right, yeah. Team NejiBoston will be taking on Team Markshire then in the top 4. But before we get to them, we're actually gonna our first top 4 match. Once I get a hold of both these players, is gonna be Team Adamos versus Team Based. So let me try to get a hold of these players. Ron, if you want to run through the deck list of both teams here for the folks at home.
Absolutely. Just confirming with Team NejiBoston that they're not going to be starting their next match and they'll be waiting. Going with the other match on stream first. All right, so getting back to these deck lists here, we have Team Adamos, and Gkick, and also, I believe, Walter, coaching from the sidelines, potentially. For those of you who don't know, Walter is Adam's Pokemon, we'll call him. And he only says his own name, Walter. And on Team Base side, of course, basedinc and Astralfrog. We have Adamos's team with the warrior list, that bomb control warrior that we just saw get taken down by the druid from Berserk in the last match we just witnessed. We have a priest that is not the Highlander priest that we've been seeing be so popular in this tournament so far. This is actually just a straight up Galakron priest with a lot more duplicates being run in the deck and featuring, of course, Fate Weavers for the discounts after those invokes. And finally, a mage list that is very similar actually to Team Basinc's mage list, only I think having a few cards different. We've got the Mana Giants, Chenvala, Mana Cyclones, of course, that full tempo mage that we've seen get featured on some GMs and has been making some noise through this tournament and on ladder. On Basinc's side, we have that same, again, mage list that was just mentioned, featuring slightly different cards. For the priest, it is actually a Highlander priest. And then finally, the rogue, the one that we saw using Plagiarize to devastating effect to complete the reverse sweep from earlier. A very aggressive stealth and, well, not stealth, just Infiltrator Lillian, but secret-focused rogue that is also fairly aggressive and looking to take board early. So I'm very interested to see what these sides will choose as a ban.
Let's just double ban the priest here and move on with our lives.
That would be great. I would love to see a priest double ban just so the games go a little bit shorter. Those priest games can take a really long time.
Absolutely.
But it's very possible that we might see, mage bans, or Adamos might consider a rogue ban, with that rogue being the more aggressive of the decks being presented here. Have we gotten any communication from the players?
I've gotten back from base, but I'm still waiting to hear back from Walter or Adamos, whatever you whatever you want to call him. Base said she hasn't been able to get a hold of him either. So let me see if I can find Medusas. Maybe Medusas can get a hold.
He's not actually Adam's partner. It is Gkick.
Oh, right. I forgot they switched. Yeah.
Medusa's dropped.
That is right. I forgot. Well, I did see Gkick talking in chat earlier. So.
Yeah, I'm sending messages to players as well, just to see if we can get any communication.
Spam all of them. Nice, my Discord crashed. Woo!
If we still can't get any communication, we may just want to have them wait and switch to the other match to lead off with.
Hey, Gkick just respawned.
All right, so we've got an AFK. Then, I think it makes sense. Then we can message the other players and see if maybe we can lead off with NejiBoston versus Markshire instead. Do you want to see if we can try that?
Yeah, let me see if
they're opening. Hopefully they didn't decide to take a break because we asked them to wait.
No, they probably are. NejiBoston logged off Hearthstone immediately.
Well, I guess we're just gonna have to fine him $1,000.
Yeah.
And give some DQ wins. So, congratulations, Based in Markshire, for
just
making.
JK.
Just kidding.
Not happening.
We're not Blizzard top brass here. We'll reach out in Discord as well.
I've pinged every player at least 6 times, so at this point, it is up to whatever message. It worked. What? They said she just had to ping. So just had to ping Walter, she says. Okay.
The power behind the throne, I see.
Yeah.
Reach out to Walter and you get in touch with Adam. So I did get a response from Adam as well.
We just had to ping him 800 times.
He said, just give me a sec. Didn't know we were going first. So he should be
Makes sense. Yeah,
getting
yeah, yeah.
ready to go again soon. And we could get underway with some more sweet Hearthstone action. 2 seed versus 3 seed here. Always what you love to see in some of these tournaments when you've got players who wound up doing so well in the Swiss round, getting to match up against each other. I don't know if they actually played in the round of Swiss.
I don't believe so. I don't remember them facing off against each other. Actually, I think they did. I think they did in round 2. Maybe we can check this.
Yeah, I'm going through the old matches just to see if they're with the match against each other.
Man, it'd help if I can read this thing. My eyes. Okay, it wasn't round 2.
No, it wasn't any of the early rounds. They have not matched up at all in this tournament. So this will be the first meeting of Team Adamos and Team basedinc. Could have given us a little insight too on what the bans might be, but
Yeah.
as it stands, this being their first matchup, we'll just have to wait and see from the players. And it does say preparing to battle a friend, so I assume they've challenged up.
Yep, they are. They are doing. Basis told me they're doing their bans right now.
Awesome. All right, so if it were up to me to guess, I would say based having already banned Mage, it's probably going to ban Mage again.
Just easy. You got here by banning Mage, so let's just keep it
no.
going.
No, actually, bans are in, and what we see is Based has banned the Warrior, and Adamos has banned the Priest. So at least we do have one Priest is out of this. The possibility of a Priest mirror does not exist. Just got a message from Based. Praise RNGesus, no Priest mirror.
Well, she had the
100%
chance to
agree.
ban Priest too. What does she mean? Base making her opponent force out the non-priest mirror. She's like, I'll do it, but I don't want to.
All right, and it looks like they're underway.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, guys. I said, just let me know when you're ready. Not start. But all right, let's get into this. Let's get into this game. That's fine.
I guess they work on their time, not ours.
All right, so we will have Base and Astralfrog on the bottom again, and Adamos and Gkick will be on your top.
Okay, and we see for the Mulligan, Team Adamo starting off with Cram Session, Frost Whisper, and Primordial Studies in hand, based with a very strong opener for Edwin shenanigans. Throwing back the questing, because Edwin is good enough. Finds
Easy,
a backstab
Edwin.
too. We've got Coin, Edwin, Backstab, Ferrocat, Shadow Step. That's insane. That's a huge Edwin incoming.
Did you know it said explode, Ron?
And Based, I wonder if the Shadow Step gets played here, anticipating that Cat might get killed on the board, since it's very likely Cat gets killed. Adamos, though, with the option to play Solarian, doesn't know that this Cat
there's trouble
could be a really big priority to kill it because of the Shadow Step.
Oh, and we are going to kill it. Ooh.
Does indeed play around the Edwin shenanigans coming off with the Shadow Step here.
They knew.
And Team Base now needing to maybe wait a little bit on going off on that Edwin stuff.
They're watching the cast somehow 10 minutes from now.
Choosing an ambush instead.
Okay, not bad. You can assume that the mage wants to play something here.
Meanwhile, Team Adamos, 2 strong options in hand, either Solarian or Cram Session.
They might just go to Mana Cyclone for tempo, and then
tempo
next turn.
Mana Cyclone.
Yeah, next turn, then do the Solarian plus Cram Session for the draw 2.
Be a bit surprised by the Cyclone play.
Or draw 3, really. Oh, yeah. It's already
Going
has
with
it.
Cram Session, risking that secret is a Dirty Tricks and just will give draw. Also, may choose to not play anything else due to the possibility of Plagiarize and the fact that a minion could trigger the ambush. Now knows that these two secrets can only, or this secret can only be ambush.
Or Bamboozle. Oh, yeah, I guess that's
Well,
open deck.
Bamboozle
Yeah.
is not
Ambush.
in
Yeah.
BZRK's open list.
Maybe she's
But
cheating.
normally, yes, you would, on ladder at least, you would have narrowed it down to ambush or Bamboozle. Now knows it's ambush. Team-based, going with a secret passage, looking for cards to play and dump right now. Oh, another secret passage. And here's the Plagiarize.
Whoa.
So now a new set of secrets for Team Adamos to play around.
Do those cards come back
Already
2x2
knows.
for you?
What's that?
Did those secret passage cards come back 2x2 for you?
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
That was
the
weird.
animation.
It threw me off. And I was like, hold on. What's going on here?
All right, so Team Adamos, knowing that one of these secrets is ambush already, which means the second one that played obviously can't be ambush, so it has to be either Dirty Tricks or Plagiarize. Could test right away with a spell, but the only spell is Devolving Missiles, which would not be an effective use of it right now, especially with the possibility of Edwin shenanigans. Awkward plays, though, knowing that any minion that gets played is going to throw a 2/3 poison out on the board. May just have to play the Solarian and trigger it anyway. Because the 1/2 and a ping can kill the Pharaoh Cat, and that looks like the outcome that Team Adamo selects. Sometimes you just can't play around everything. And the Plagiarize, little bit of bad news for Team Adamos.
Yeah.
They're probably hoping for Dirty Tricks rather than Plagiarize because now Team Based has a Solarian.
We can run back to Plagiarize. Why not?
Can play another Plagiarize
Yeah.
if they choose to.
I mean, they might just get another Jandis.
Well, there is the possibility of a strong Edwin turn as well. You know that if you're team-based, Devolving Missiles is a card that can wreck your Edwin, or you could just choose to chance it since there is only one Devolving Missiles being run in Team Adamos' open list.
Yeah, but they always have it. Like, let's be honest here. You're trying to play around the one of, it's already in their hand. Just know it's
The
there.
possibility of an Ambusher trade step, play Ambusher, backstab Solarian, and play Edwin is very tempting, but they do have a Solarian of their own, and that seems like a strong option to play on this turn.
Come on, play the Plagiarize. Oh! I wanted back-to-back Plagiarizes just to get all this stuff you ever need.
Just electing to dagger down this lab partner here instead. Maybe thinking that the last Plagiarize is too important to hold for a Hanar turn if Hanar gets drawn.
Yeah. Possibly even, like, because they know it is a Mana Giant Conjure's Calling style deck, so there are some powerful stuff at the top end. So maybe they're waiting for that as well, or even like a Mana Cyclone turn.
Very true. Yeah, the possibility of just having stunners active
As well,
once
yeah.
you draw them.
Yeah.
Team Adamos, some interesting options being presented here as well. Jandis is always reasonable to play on 5, although it doesn't feel nearly as good facing into this board with a poison minion up. But still just the strongest overall play to make. Oh, and gets a Rusher.
Ooh.
Chooses the Stormpike to be the minion that dies on taking 1 damage. Seems reasonable enough. The Krasinov can survive on a value trade, and now essentially both of these minions are 4/1s, along with Jandis as a 2/1. Poison doesn't matter when they die to a hit anyway.
No,
Based,
I see you,
admiring
Jandis.
of the golden Jandis, decides, you know what? I see you a golden Jandis, and I raise you a golden Jandis.
Not as good as minions. I guess the water bear is not too terrible. Well, I
And
like that they
Base
both got
gets her
vanilla
own.
fortes.
Yeah, Base gets her own effectively 4/1 minion as well.
Yep.
And going with the value trade on the poison, and chooses to kill the Krasinov instead of the Stormpike. Don't know if it really made much of a difference one way or the other.
50-50.
The Shadow Step for Jandis, though, very strong. And Water Bear, still reasonable to hit the ambusher there. You're not too disappointed if you're based, I think.
No. Not at all, because that way you can't get pinged off. But it does feel nice to heal for 5 after taking 4 off a weapon swing.
And now
Ooh.
Team Adamos with a Wand Thief. Power of Creation, the strongest of these cards being presented. Mirror,
I think you take the Frost Nova,
can
though.
be good, but not good into Jandis. And Frost Nova, very strong to just stall out and create some power plays for yourself on a future turn, potentially.
Yeah, because Team Base is Shadow Step after Jandis, so another fairly, big board is coming.
And there goes the Devolving Missiles. Choosing to play it now because getting as many random spells off Mana Cyclone can be good. Finding another Brain Freeze, why not?
Yeah, and we can start discounting our Mana Giant now as well.
And a randomly discovered Conjurer's Calling can be very good for said Mana Giant as well. Now on base side, 3 mana Jandis. Looks pretty good. Also, we can't miss the fact that Based is currently holding the Solarian Prime in hand that can be played on curve. Just absolute nonsense here. Get some better options off Jandis. Once again, obviously picking the weakest minion there to die from 1 hit.
Ooh, Ron.
Wand Thief. What's in the box? Wand
Thief. I think you take Combustion
there are
here.
stronger options being presented. Combustion being the one that can more effectively deal with the kind of boards that this deck usually makes. And slam it down to Plagiarize now. Create some difficulties for Adamos' next turn.
Now, when she steals it, does it have the discount from Adamos's for the Mana Giant, or her own discounts of cards she didn't that she's played outside of her starting deck?
That's an excellent question. I think it would be based on the text what different non-class cards Based has played rather than the stealing the discount from what Adamos had.
Well, it works out for Base from the Plagiarizes.
It does.
He does if she does end up getting it, but most likely not here.
Adamos picking up that evocation. This could be a ridiculous amount of cards getting played on this turn, which could actually just burn cards for Based, depending on whether or not he chooses to play the evocation right now. It's gonna ping the Jandis, take a Wand Thief trade on the most obvious target that dies to 1 hit. Value trade with the Cyclone. Looking like he's just going to hold back due to the possibility of Plagiarize. Doesn't want to give any more cards to Based. Just a Cram Session and a Violet Spellwing. Not really all that strong from Plagiarize here.
Combustion is nice, though.
Based choosing the Combustion instead of the Solarian Prime because with that Violet Spellwing, that means Edwin gets to be a 6/6, which is pretty fairly strong with the board that Based has been making here. And wow, there's Chinvala. no longer with the best ability to charge it up, but Evocation, a trade with the missiles, there's a good chance that Shambhala can get some summons.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little rough though. I guess you're fine with blowing the Frost Nova if you have to.
Well, you know it does 3. I think the biggest problem is that the evocation
third,
would
yeah.
toss all of those things. You wouldn't really get any evocation value.
Yeah. All right,
But
something
you
cheap.
don't necessarily have to play Frost Nova, or you could find a Frost Nova.
All right, I see a bunch of 1-drops, so we can definitely trigger and get at least one summon here.
Yeah, and the Ray of Frosts are huge as a pickup here for Adamos.
Yep, Tell My Intellect, also huge.
And just using cards that stick around after...
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and another Shambhala.
Well,
can just
they
run it
took
back.
away the ability for Evocation to generate another Evocation directly, but Evocation can generate Tome of Intellect, which can generate Evocation.
We'll get there one way or another.
And no surprise, here comes the Solarian Prime, who
Another
also
Evocation.
plays an Evocation.
Another Evocation.
And then does it again.
Wow.
My god.
Oh, 7 face.
So a very dangerous answer based from Team Adamos' perspective. This Solarian Prime represents a lot of stats. There's a lot of stats on board.
Yeah.
And Adamos now most likely going to be freezing and playing Mana Giants.
And you got to be careful too, because I mean, there's Eviscerates in Team Base's deck. This spell power can be huge here.
True, but sitting at 16, you're probably not
This-
in too much danger
You
of
don't know.
getting lethal right now. And these Mana Giants are going to be just insane for this board. Mana Giant Conjurers, look at that. That is a pile of aggressive, dangerous stats with a lifesteal that comes off of that Death Rattle Taunt as well.
Yeah, Team Adamos has swung this back in their favor with the Mana Giant Conjurer's Calling play.
And also, Base picked up Flick off the top. Just if that Mana Giant, the second Mana Giant had been played instead of a Conjurer's Calling, Flick would have just cleared it up completely, and Adamos would have been in an extremely bad position.
Ooh, a Ray of Frost here picked up for Team Adamos. It's huge.
Ray of Frost is massive on the other side for Adamos. That randomly discovered Shambhala makes this Mana Giant cost 0. There's Ray of Frost to freeze the most threatening minions. There's another Conjurers for the Giant. I don't see
looks like we're just gonna make some
a
5/5s.
good way that Base is going to be able to get out of this one. Just making more 5/5s instead. Oh, wow. One mana off of being able to play that Fireball.
Yeah. We can still make another 5/5. Well, I guess we can't because the mirror. We'd have to trade first, then kill off our 5/3 to make another 5/5.
Looks like Adamos is planning on being cautious rather than pushing damage now. Has a pretty imposing board and wants to just clear up the Flick. Probably to play around a Shadow Step on Flick. Drawing the card there to generate another 5/5, pushing 5 damage face. And this looks like doom for Team BZRK.
Yep. Base and
Go with
lethal on the way
Hanar
back.
and a Secret Passage.
Gotta find some sort of secrets, I guess. Try to save you here.
Yeah. Very much playing to the outs. I like this Secret Passage play. Does find a secret as well. So can maybe have a chance. Also picked up that Shadow Step, so Team Adamos' play of killing the Flick paying off here.
Oh, we just Shadow Step the Prime. Play the Prime.
But yeah, Shadow Step Prime is probably the best out that exists. And we'll see what random spell shenanigans we get. Magic Trick
Elemental Allies.
gives us Sap. Probably not enough. Mirror Image could be good enough. Rolling Fireball. That's a big hit. A Deep Freeze.
Ooh.
Wow. So based back against the wall here, and that Shadow Step pickup for being able to play the Prime again was insane. Flipping this game completely around, and now with those mirror images up, it looks like Based is now in control of this game.
Yeah.
Another pickup for Ray, though.
Yeah, that's going to be able to at least not get cracked back for lethal here. But, you know, they're still super behind this 8-ball.
The Conjurer's Calling could be used on a taunt to try to push damage, but you're not quite there yet. Conjurers could, you know, remove some damage from Edwin, maybe just try to get more power with the Elemental. But yeah, this looks really dire for Team Adamos, having what looked to be an overwhelming lead and an almost certain victory being snatched away from random spells from a randomly stolen random generating minion.
Yeah, I mean, Team Base only has to push through 11 damage here because they do have the 5 over the top from the Eviscerate.
And that Conjurer's hitting a pretty good target here. Although the Troublemaker's only going to summon 1 3/3. Team Adamo still just putting as much power as possible, freezing as much power as possible. Choosing not to ping Face, already has more than enough damage on board, just pinging Hanar. Because the 3/3 had the chance of killing Hanar, goes Face instead, and now we're looking at just consistently lethals from both players being threatened over and over.
If somehow 2 of these arcane missiles go Face, Team Base has lethal. The odds of them going Face are not great, but they're there.
Yeah, with 8 damage on board that can get through right now with the Hanar trading into the 0/1 mirror image. Another 5 represented from Eviscerate after a combo. It's possible. Those missiles could do it.
I mean, I think that's really all you got. You just got to go for the lethal here. Because... Okay, we're going to use the sap.
Max damage. I like it. Base recognizing the game's over if she doesn't roll this lethal right now. And those missiles are missing.
Is she able to stave off enough? 9.
That's going to do it.
Nope.
That's going to be a win in game 1 in an absolutely thrilling back and forth match. Congratulations on that victory to Team Adamos. That was some serious shenanigans on both sides. And Team Base in a familiar position in this top 8. Once again, needing a reverse sweep victory to advance. Let's see if they can find yet another back-to-back, or if Team Adamos is going to push on through and punch their tickets for the finals. It's going to be the Priest that Team Adamos is counting on to pick up that crucial second victory for advancing.
I mean,
and on base side, I expect we see the Rogue again. We do.
I mean, they did leave up the Priest, so I guess they'd feel somewhat better into this match than the Warrior. So let's see if their banning pays off and allows them to take a game here.
Yeah, and Base holding a Pharaoh Cat in the opening hand to start. Always what you want to see is the for Team Adamos. Also have Disciple of Galakron.
Yeah.
Both sides with their 1-mana 1/2 that they want to play.
I was literally about to say the same thing, Ron. Get out of my head. Get out of my head, Ron. All right, Questing and Edwin back here for Team Based, and Team Adamos just picks up a plethora of removal with the Breath of the Infinite and the Cobalt Acolyte, and then the Galakron to round it off.
My blood be born again.
All right, getting a Scarlet Subjugator off of that Disciple. Not really all that strong, but can potentially be comboed with something for steal. There is a sneaky Scarlet Subjugator Acolyte coin play, but it doesn't work in the order you'd want it to for a steal, but it could be an option for Team Adamos in the later point of the game. For now, Priest doing Priest things, heal phase, pass.
You'll face again and
Option
pass?
to use coin, but I think using coin would not be great here. Renew is also an option, but again, you know, you don't really know what you're looking for yet.
Yeah, and the plagiarize here out of the rogue deck can be really huge in the later state of these games because Priest does like to play these high caliber cards, like these just high tempo, super powerful cards. So plagiarize can easily steal something really good in later states.
Absolutely. And we do see Team Based already has the option of charging up a Questing or an Edwin right now if they choose to. They could play Edwin and step the cat and play the cat. I mean, sorry, play Questing, step the cat, play the cat because the Questing would be a 4 attack, which plays around a lot of priest removal, which I think I like better than the Edwin option, and that looks to be the choice.
Yeah, nice 4-drop, gets around penance, gets around death, gets around pain. Pretty much anything that a priest can do outside of time to rip.
The only thing Priest could do effectively to clear this minion right now that I could think of would be coin and the 0 mana clear, which
Forbidden
Team
Words?
Adamos doesn't main deck anyway. Forbidden Words, that's the card. Just going to play a Mind Flayer and copy that Questing.
We want our own questing.
And now on Team Base side, picking up a Dirty Tricks off the top, got some secrets to work with. The Infiltrator Lillian presents as a pretty reasonable play, as does just trying to get as much power as possible on this Questing Adventurer. Playing 2 cards here. Plagiarize, reasonable. Candle Taker, the most
I think
board
it's
pressure.
Candle Taker or Dirty Tricks. I don't think we're going to play this plagiarize just yet.
Looked like she was mousing the Candle Taker at first, but
never
does
mind.
in fact decide to play the Plagiarize. I was thinking that might have been the option just because whatever removal gets used or something to try to deal with this questing, you can then get back.
That's fair. Yeah, it makes sense. And Team Adamos does pick up an answer for it with the penance. They can trade and penance it down.
And this, I also really like the Mermy play because it plays around the Cabal Acolyte that Adamos would have liked to play with, say, a Wave of Apathy and a coin. That if the Mermy hadn't hit the board, the Karj could have killed the cat, and then Wave of Apathy, Cabal Acolyte. Or it'd be Acolyte coin. No, wait, that doesn't work.
No, it's coin. No, it's coin.
Never mind.
Coin, Acolyte, Wave of Apathy would be the order.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That works.
Don't worry, Ron. We'll get you there eventually. We know
Math
you don't
is
like
hard.
playing Priest.
Math is hard.
Math is for second place.
All right, and Adamos knows that the other secrets haven't triggered yet. Didn't want to play the Renew to give base to Renew. Played around the Plagiarize to only give a Penance. And has this Questing Adventurer at a 3/3. Which, of course, base could just use the Penance to kill.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for this answer for the questing.
Could also choose to get another 4/4 on the board if she likes with a Penance and an Edwin, which wouldn't be terrible. But presented with quite a few options as well, and might just want to lead with the cat. Does go with that.
Ooh. Grand Mummy's not the worst.
Yeah, anything that you get off of cat that's somewhat cheap is usually fine when you're the rogue. You're happy with it. There's a lot the bad mummy, the
The generous mummy.
generous mummy.
It's
Yeah.
not so generous. I mean, I guess it's generous to your opponents, but...
Yep.
Alright, and we're going to choose to save the penance here.
And holding back the Grand Mummy as well, prioritizing just having that dagger for as much board control as possible. And Ray's dead. There's another activator for the Cabal Acolyte for steals, but I don't think these minions are ones you really want to take. Ray's dead would be not bad to get a
You can get a questing
adventure.
Yeah.
Holding coin and some cheap cards.
They saw what
Could get a
Base
questing
did
charged up.
last game with the Slayerian Prime they stole. And they're like, you know what? Let's steal your questing and let's do the same thing back at you.
But Base using these secrets pretty well to just play around with what Team Adamos has to take into consideration, and may just be too worried that Ray's dead could be on another plagiarize and give Base a whole slew of resources as well.
Yeah. We're going to start with the Renew
So-
here to test out the secrets, and they will find out that it is Dirty Tricks.
Can't play around everything. There's the Dirty Tricks information as the rope is burning. Looks like they just want to...
Oh, they will
They are
take
just
one
going
of
to
these.
play the Acolyte for more tempo, it looks like. Just take one of these minions. It doesn't matter which one you take. Really just doing it for a 2/6 taunt and taking away one of the minions so they can have board control at the moment.
And they do get a Mind Flayer and the Disciple of Galakron back off of their Raised Dead here.
So missed that questing anyway.
So close.
Was probably hoping for the questing just to go off with some charging that up.
Yeah, it's still got a
shenanigans
bunch
with
of
the
cheap
hand.
stuff. Yeah.
Speaking of questing, Based holding one herself, as well as Edwin. This is starting to look like the turn to play Edwin as a 6/6. Maybe not, depending on the lackeys.
Lackeys are
They just
not
want
the
to choose to
greatest.
remove that Cabal Acolyte as well. Not going to go in with a 6/6 Edwin. Gets an evolve. Not a great evolve.
It's not terrible, though. The
And-
Divine Shield is pretty alright.
It's at least a little bit pesky.
Yeah.
But there is a minion on board that can just trade right into it, and a Breath of the Infinite can clear the entire board up, giving Adamos some reasonable choices as well. Could also Mind Flayer first, even though it would take damage. Mind Flayer on a Traveling Healer, followed by the Pharaoh Cat hit and the Breath of the Infinite would be a clear. And some presence.
Mm,
I mean, not great. Could also just,
Yeah.
invoke again. Or say I don't need to copy that minion.
yep, looks like it's what we're going to do. Let's see what we get out of the Disciple. Probably Heal Face, depending on what it is.
And that's the second invoke on Galakron, which also
Oh.
can be quite relevant.
Abyss Alora is the pickup off the Invoke.
I don't think that really works great with Adamos's deck, though. Abyss, looks great at first, thinking of all the high rolls. Really, it would have to be Apotheosis, right? And even then, you'd kind of rather target that on something.
Yeah.
You could penance your own Abyss. You could renew on it and
Yeah.
not be able to control the Discover effect.
You could Time Rip it. You can Soul Mirror out of nowhere. Yeah.
Well, he's
this
actually
is-
holding the Soul
Oh, yeah,
Mirror,
he
so
is holding
that
Soul
would
Mirror.
have been potentially one of the best hits from Abyss, is like Abyss coin for a Soul Mirror, but already holding the Soul Mirror.
Yeah.
You can Time Rip your own Abyss. I don't think it's going to be good in this game.
That would be amazing.
But anyway, back to base
Back to
decisions
yeah.
on turn 7 here. Holding questing again
Yep.
with Titanic Lackey. Always a good combo to have together. Gonna go with that. And then getting the Edwin too. So basically double threats. And once again, that all-important 4 attack versus Priest. Speaking of 4 attack being important, there's a Wave of Apathy to set everything to 1 anyway, if you'd like. A Soul Mirror is also a potential option here that would kill everything except for
questing.
the questing, which makes you far less happy to play it. This Titanic Lackey does mean that the double invoke Galakrond has a chance of missing the priority targets.
Just rip it. YOLO.
Could also go with the Veil Weaver turn as well.
Yeah.
Looks like Adamos favors YOLO Galakrond,
Told you.
trying to
He
hit the
did
questing on
both.
the Edwin. And what a high roll there, a full board clear. Absolutely nasty RNG working in favor of Team Adamos.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta praise be to the Hearthstone RNG gods and hope they work in your favor.
Base now getting the Wand Thief active, see what she can find off of this.
Ooh, AI's not
Probably
bad.
AI, since the hand is so low on resources.
And not only that, but the hand also just doesn't do a whole lot either.
Yeah.
So AI definitely seems like the pick to try to get you back into it.
Just going to play it right away, overplaying the Infiltrator. Wanted the card draw right now. I think I would have liked to see the Infiltrator get played there instead of floating the mana for the draw. But based likely just looking for as many resources fast to inform future decisions. On Adamos' side here, really very much in control of this match, in large part due to that Galakrond clearing out the two biggest priority targets.
Yeah, and it's not like base has like a Galakrond of her own to help swing some tempo back in her favor.
Mind Flayer has a great target for the Candle Taker. You usually just lead off with the button, but you're probably playing Mind Flayer here on that Candle Taker. Looks like that's the decision from Team Adamos. Also considering a Subjugator? Not bad, actually, just to lower the attack on that Candle Taker. You don't need to use this card for steal, especially with Wave of Apathy and no steal cards on hand. Just taking away as much pressure and presence as possible from Team Based. Team Based holding Hanar with no secrets, eviscerates with opponent at 33 health. A Grand Mummy with no good targets to buff, Lillian and a step. This looks rough for Team Based right now.
Yeah, nothing really doing. And Team Adamos just has a plethora of answers for anything that Team Base can think about doing for a while.
And just gonna go ahead and play the highest power that they can muster. Gets that Infiltrator on the board, uses the dagger to clear up a minion, push some face damage. But this is really awful with this board of 2 health minions facing the Holy Nova from Team Adamos in hand. Team Based is not going to be happy to see this Holy Nova go off if that is what Adamos chooses. Maybe debating on what to attack first.
They've attacked there first and then Holy Nova. The Lillian. Okay, they'll be left with 3-1 after the Lillian.
Yeah, so
never goes face.
I think the way that Grand Mummy Death Rattle works, it didn't have anything to buff with what was on board. So it came back as a reborn after the Lillian.
Yeah, I think the way it's worded, it forces it to go off immediately before anything else can.
And that Lillian also hitting the Candle Taker was even more bad news for Team Based here, as there's just not much of anything the hand is representing that can get back into this game. Team Adamos just kind of playing around, having fun, throwing cards out there. Gets another steal card, gets a Psycho Bomb too.
Oh, man.
Along with a Natalie Celine to kill any threat that could be presented.
Yeah. It's
mousing over the Natalie right away. Deal with Hanar. As soon as Hanar got hit, you see, yep, Team Adamos just Looking at that Natalie. And here we go with these secrets. Plagiarize first. Got the never surrender next. Debating on ambush pack tactics or counter. Takes the pack tactics. Maybe Noble Sack because it's Paladin, so you can pick one more 2-mana spell. Nope, just going to go with another portal. Netherwind portal now. End the secret chain for what's getting played on this turn. And just looking for what's the best secret to pick for the next turn.
Maybe try to high roll with a bamboozle. Guess eye for an eye? Okay.
Goes eye for an eye. Possibly just counting on Hanar to survive, so picking the cheapest one. As we can see, Hanar can just die right away to this Natalie if Team Adamos still chooses to do that. Gonna test for some things first. I guess they do not want to go with the Natalie, so it now seems very likely will survive this board.
Yep.
And Team Base is going to have a chance to go off with even more
double reborn.
secrets.
Oh no, they can steal that with the Cabal.
Oh right, right. The Cabal actually that is a disgusting play to just take the Hanar.
Somehow get a secret. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Your mind is not your own.
This will be giving Team Base quite a few resources in hand with this Plagiarize going off. But that's a 7 health that Team Adamos gets. There was a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a chance that Netherwind Portal actually summoned a 2-attack minion and Hanar didn't get stolen. But it would have been pretty unlikely. And once again, we just see the RNG continues very much in Team Adamos' favor. Team Based has an outside chance at stealing the Hanar back. Probably has to do it. Just playing Acolyte and a coin.
I would think so. What do they think about the secret passage?
I feel like you always coin because
Yeah,
it just
you can
gives you more
secret
mana to
passage
work with the secret
later.
passage. Secret passage probably getting played.
So it's 25% chance. Oh my gosh.
And it steals it back. Finally, Team Based getting some good RNG. That was a wild pick there. A 1 in 3?
1 in 4.
33%? 1 in 4, that's right. Could have stolen the Cabal too.
Yep.
25% chance.
Ooh, pack tactics.
And
just for your tempo.
I think there's already a pack tactics up.
Nah.
So you maybe wouldn't want to play that pack
Nah, I'll
tactics.
take it again.
Pick it. Going with the Ice Barrier for some more health.
Okay,
Noble Sack.
Sacrifice. Another
And
Plagiarize?
Another Plagiarize probably. No,
Ooh,
going with
Spellbender.
Spellbender.
Okay.
Also strong.
Yeah, both were super strong picks for the final secret there.
And now maybe Team Adamos just going to go with the Natalie. This is just a very confusing, difficult scenario to navigate.
Yeah.
We've once again descended into the RNG shenanigans that Hearthstone is so loved and hated for.
This is the part I hate, though, because if you got Deck Tracker up, then your whole left side of your screen is just absolute nonsense right now. All right, and we are going to start with the Natalie Celine.
Natalie hitting the taunt minion.
Maybe they're thinking about playing around a bamboozle.
Interesting to go for the hit on Hanar first rather than the Fletcher. Gets the bad news of the pack tactics.
Yep. And the Noble Sack.
Almost running out of time. Definitely going to prioritize killing both Hanars. Is not killing both Hanars.
We're leaving a Hanar up?
Leaving up Hanar and triggering a bunch of secrets. I'm a bit surprised at that move because that just winds up leaving more space for a new secret chain to be played. Every single secret of that Christmas tree was triggered by Team Adamos on this turn. And now Team Base holding a Natalie can just Natalie the Natalie.
And the prep allows them to play the
But then would
secret
not
as
be
well.
able to play. Oh yeah, actually, because of prep. That what a big top deck. I didn't even see that at first. Yeah, so prep allowing for more secrets to be played. And can also at this point just shadow step the Hanar so that she could guarantee another secret chain. Plagiarize looks very good here as well.
Yeah.
There's the Natalie. Do we see the shadow step on Hanar?
Oh, okay.
We do
We're gonna
not.
leave it up.
Big pickup with the Kronks here. May choose to just go Wave of Apathy instead. To okay, renew first, testing that mage secret. Renew on a minion tests for multiple things.
Forbidden Words seems great.
Aeon Reaver grants an easy clear of the Natalie as well.
Then the
And
Forbidden Words.
probably just going to kill that to Hanar. Yep.
Yep. And once again, we're back in a position for Team Based of how in the world are we winning this game?
I really would have liked to see the Shadow Step played on the Hanar. It's too bad Team Base didn't go with that option. But
Oh.
now making a Psychopomp play, and that is an awful hit off of Psychopomp. Plagiarize can mess with some things, but may just need to go with different options entirely. Goes with the Secret Passage.
Backstab's not great. Stunner. Okay, Wand Thief is pretty decent.
Wand Thief is very good, especially because you get to keep what you discover after the shuffle.
Rolling
Probably
Fireball?
going to take something cheap, maybe, to just play right now. Or Rolling Fireball helps clear the board. Dirty Tricks and Stunner.
But what are you stunnering?
What do you even hit with the Stunner?
Yeah.
Your own Wand Thief?
Oh, okay, we're gonna hit the Candle Taker with it.
If you could, I don't know if the interaction works that way. If you stunner your own Wand Thief, if you'd keep it.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Because you got it from Passage, but you also played it and got it back from something else. But it was not to be. We don't get to find out today how that interaction works.
Yeah, this is not a time to test out funky interactions.
I mean, taking 3 damage off the board was fine there. The Candle Taker, feels kind of bad to play for 4 mana. It, in a lot of ways, just kills the minion from its effectiveness in this game. I think that was a reasonable choice to play.
Yeah, it looks like we might just see a trade and then a Breath of the Infinite.
Yeah, Team Adamos looking like they're just considering the trade. Apotheosis, though, can hit the Aeon Reaver to protect it if they wanted to trade a Dragon Maw into the Mermy. Going with the Aeon Reaver on the Mermy instead. Okay, so protecting the Dragon Maw from death to the Breath of the Infinite, so doesn't want to play Apotheosis this turn then, I expect. And, well, there's the Candle Taker. Coming right back.
Water Bear pick up off the hero power.
Team Adamos just conserving as many resources possible. And we see Team Base has 3 cards left in deck, and still with no realistic chance of winning this board yet.
Guess you just pick Barista because the other one has Taunt.
Yeah. Gonna pick the one that doesn't have Taunt.
So last cards in their deck are what? Flick. Another Dirty Secrets. Ooh, okay.
Very nice Shadow Step play on this Barista here to get some more resources and another Jandis. Clearing up the board with a bit of pressure. And Team Adamos could just clear this out with Kronks. Could follow with a Fate Weaver as well. Or you could damage your Fate Weaver down to a 3-1, which seems a little strange.
Yeah, I don't know about that line there, Ron. Let's put a minion down to
I just
1
saw
health.
him
Seems
mouse
great.
Kronks and then mouse Fate Weaver, and was like wondering. I'm pretty sure he's gonna do it in the other one.
Probably like,
So,
okay,
yep.
so we're Kronksing. What are we doing after Kronks? Fate Weaver.
Clear up the board, have a 3-1 survive, play a 3-6 that discounts your hand. It seems like a pretty strong option to go with.
Yeah. Other options, think about hitting the button, but Fate Weaver's is pretty strong right now.
And another secret passage that I believe would burn 3.
I have no idea how it works.
Base 3 into fatigue. I don't think that's a card that ever gets played for the rest of this game on base side. Unless there's some way that I'm not aware of to generate a lackey that generates a Tog scheme that puts a bunch of things in deck. I think that's
actually, I think
it's a crazy chain.
I think it only gives you the 2 cards in your deck. Because it says with cards in your deck, so you don't fatigue, I believe.
Against another interaction we don't entirely know yet, but the Jandis and the Rolling Fireball seemed very likely to come down there. Once again, picking the bully we expect. And top decked Fate Weaver from Team Adamos, more discounts if he wants. Got a Soul Mirror that looks fairly strong here. Going with the 1-mana Veil Weaver first. I guess maybe looking for some value generation from the Veil Weaver. Time Rip maybe the play. And we'll see what the Invoke minion is and what the generation is.
Chaplain and Power
Cold Tyrant
Infusion.
Chaplain and Power Infusion.
Yep. Safe to assume that this Candle Taker is going to kill this 5/5.
Very safe. And it does. And yeah, it has the option of clearing the board again and a second Veil Weaver for more value chain. Looks like just wants to Power Infusion now. Was debating on putting it on the Veil Weaver. Chooses to buff the Fate Weaver instead.
So we'll put them at 10 cards, but I don't think they care about any of their burns. So the last card in deck for Team Base is Flick. Just gotta hope this Plagiarize does something for him.
And Team Adamos knows that there's 2 secrets left, which is... Actually, no, sorry. Does not know about that Plagiarize because that was created by Hanar.
Yep.
So it was the final Hanar secret that was generated. This Stunner killing the Fate Weaver because Adamos' hand is full. Eviscerate takes out that Veil Weaver, but once again, it is very hard to see how Team Base can get a win here, knowing that they're just about to hit fatigue, and this this priest just has all of the power and resources. Really, the game's all but over. All that's left is the mop-up work.
Priest
from
doing
Team
priest
Adamos
things.
here.
They're winning the whole
things.
game, but it takes them 90 minutes to finish it out.
Probably just gonna play around the plagiarize as much as possible and not play any other cards after killing this poison. Yep, and elects to do so just in case that's a plagiarize. Once again, very nicely done and well played around by Team Adamos. Base recognizing there's no way to get there. and mercifully ends the game there with no
She
more
didn't.
priest.
She didn't want to sit there for another 20 minutes to find
Yeah.
out.
So congratulations to Team Adamos, who punches their tickets for the finals, and will be waiting to face the winner of Team NejiBoston versus Team Markshire.
Um. Yep, the players are getting in here, so I did have them on standby, and we're talking to them in Discord during that match, so they should be here shortly.
All right, excellent. So while
No
we're waiting for
$1,000
them,
fines here.
that's good.
Actually, both teams are online right now, so
Oh, great. And while we're waiting for them, we can take a look at the lineups here. So Team NejiBoston, as we observed, has that Highlander Priest, a Highlander Mage, and a Guardian Animals Druid. Team Markshire went with the pure Libram Paladin, one of the only Paladins that I've actually seen through this tournament. It seemed to have fallen out of favor, but it's been doing pretty well, at least for Team Markshire. They also have a Guardian Animals Druid, and they also have a Highlander Priest.
ooh, priest.
So both sides agree to ban Priest, and we're happy. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Let's hope for that. I gotta catch stream up here because I should have set this up while that game was going, but I didn't. I'm not Saku, folks. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this.
No one can replace Saku.
No one can replace Saku.
So we do see. I expect that they're in the challenge screen now, since I see it.
You have
Players are
Durden?
pairing. Well, Markshire is the pilot. I have Markshire.
No, they switched it to
Oh, they
Durden.
switched?
Yes. Let me get you Durden.
Much appreciated.
There you go. Should have that. We are still waiting on bans to come in, which I assume the players are doing now. Also, for the people at home, Team NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh will be on your top, and Team Markshire and Durden will be on your bottom.
All right, and there we go. I have added Durden as well, so can now spectate both.
Hey. Yeah, I ran into that problem yesterday when I was trying to cast him. I was like, Markshire, why aren't you in a game? Aren't you in a game right now? He's like, oh no, Durden's my pilot. And I was like, oh, sweet.
All right, so what do you think the bans are going to be? I don't know if we have the bans in yet.
We do not yet. Let me look at the deck list real quick. All right. Definitely not a paladin ban. Honestly, we probably see Team Markshire's priest get banned, and actually, it's probably just double priest ban because the paladin 100% does not want to see that priest.
Well, that's at least what I'm hoping to see as well, is double priest ban. So here's hoping.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
there was some
that.
logic behind the hoping this time, though. Oh, okay. Bans are in. So Team
Bans are in.
NejiBoston's Mage is banned, and Team Markshire's Priest is banned.
All right.
So I will
Once
get
again,
these players.
the possibility of a priest mirror is out. We can all praise RNG's this one. And we'll get into these matches here.
Yeah. I gave the players the green light, so it is all on them to start up and wait for the eyeballs.
Awesome. So I would expect maybe we see a druid mirror lead off.
I think we're going to see Priest from Team NejiBoston to lead off, to be honest.
That would make sense as well. I was thinking they might want to try to hold back the priest in case they just want to use it as like the closer.
That's true.
But I mean, it
do that scam
different
win with
strategies.
Druid.
Yeah, different strategies. Whether you want to just go early with what you think is going to be the hardest one to win with. They do, in fact, go with the priest lead, and we see.
Oh, and they get the matchup they
Markshire
wanted.
Going with Paladin.
My blade burns with holy fire.
It was my experience before playing with Paladin that Priest just seemed to have all of the answers and there was nothing you could do. But some stats recently have reflected the opposite. The Paladin can actually get these victories. So I'm intrigued to see how this match will go. It's maybe a bit closer to 50-50 than we would otherwise think coming into this.
I think the Paladin is better into the Highlander Priest than the normal Priest, I guess. I don't know what you consider normal Priest anymore. More than like
just
the
Galakron,
doubles. Yeah, just normal Galakron, because the normal Galakron just has so much spot removal, which is what makes the Paladin's life just miserable. You know, double death, double time rip, the soul mirror at the end. But since we're a Highlander, we got one death, one time rip, and a Zephyrus. So
that one Plague of Death, though, in
that's true.
Team NejiBoston's list here is not a common inclusion in Highlander Priest, but could make a big difference. Very curious to see if NejiBoston will play Mindrender right now on turn 2. It's an excellent turn 2 play to steal your opponent's coin, and if they have a 1, which they don't. If the opponent could have.
If the Paladin didn't play the 1, then they don't have a 1.
If Paladin had led off with first day of school and played a 1, then
that's more
really excellent play there. And just gonna go with the Madame Lazul early to answer that shot bot. Again, Allura not really great in a priest with the spells the priest likes to run.
Yep.
Lightforged Zealot is essentially garbage as a 4-mana 4/2.
You pretty much just have one choice here.
Blessing of Authority, hey, it's a buff. Priest likes to buff things.
And since you know that they have that as well, you can Mindrender next turn to steal the coins.
The consideration,
that way Blessing of Authority comes out
the
first.
consideration might have just been, though, take Allura for a tempo 4-mana 3/6. Just to slam on the board as stats and compete. Because looking at the rest of NejiBoston's hand, there wasn't really a whole lot of things that they could do on turn 4. And they may just want to hold Mindrender for a late game play. So I can see that being the pick there. Here on Team Markshire's side.
And I think I have seen this
draw.
interaction of the Librams with Mindrender. When you switch decks, it loses all of its discounts.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if that was meant to be, because it's just supposed to, discount.
I guess
all
it
of them in your
discounts
deck.
based on the player who discounted them.
Yeah, but
So
by the
like
way
an
the cards read, it kind of makes it a feels bad moment, but it does make sense in that aspect too, though.
Kind of a weird interaction.
Yeah.
With the pick of Abyss, I would assume that Team NejiBoston might just play the Abyss right here. There is the option of.
But they know it's going to get eaten by the
this minion.
Blessing of Authority, though.
It's true. They know for sure that Blessing of Authority is in hand.
And can be played because of coin. So.
Right. Could be very problematic. Just going with the Scoundrel here.
Okay. Embalming ritual or mystery? It's embalming. It's gonna go for the full tempo here.
None of those options were great. This seems to be the best for right now, just to compete on the board. A very reasonable choice to just take Ritual and play it to help the Volpera stick on the board to contest. Now Team Markshire with the option to play this Lightforged Zealot right on curve if they want. Abyss with Coin could trigger the Abyss ability. Coin Devout Pupil could be an option too, but feels kind of bad to play it for that little of a discount.
I kind of like just the Lightforged Zealot, push 4 damage. And trade
The
into
Reborn,
the...
yeah.
And trade into the, man, I already forgot this card name. I'm so bad at this. Volpera Scoundrel.
The Reborn might be presenting the biggest amount of issues right now if they want to just clear the minion on the board completely because they don't want priest buffs to stick.
Oh, okay, that's what they're going to do.
Looks like that's the option they've elected. And now Team NejiBoston, on curve convincing Infiltrator is you. Picking up the Imprisoned is a reasonable option as well. Outside of that, there aren't a whole lot of great choices. Unless, you know, this is the turn they want to play the Mind Render. They may, if Blessing of Kings doesn't, or Blessing of Authority doesn't get played soon, Team NejiBoston may be planning a Mind Render, play the Blessing of Authority on the Mind Render turn.
Yeah, if Coin
turn
or
7.
Blessing doesn't get played next turn, they can do that next
Actually,
turn.
turn 6 because of Coin. Yeah.
Like if next turn they just drop the Devoted Pupil here, and they could just Mind Render, Coin, Blessing.
So for this turn, maybe it's just a Vile Fiend and a Penance on the 2. Or, of course, just the obvious play. The on-curve play, dropping that Convincing Infiltrator, definitely something Priest often wants to do.
See how they want to respond, because you don't want to drop any kind of crazy stuff into this because of the Death Rattle effect.
You probably just double trade the board.
Yeah. It's
just let your board die to the Convincing and then develop something else. Abyss, maybe.
just
Abyss and a Coin
people.
and a Libram. Do you know if you swing the weapon here, you still have to trade one of the minions in, and then this Death Rattle goes off and kills the other minion?
Yeah, that's.
But I guess you could try to go a little bit wider by pressing the button here and getting another minion, maybe playing a Libram with Wisdom on your Lightforged. Yep, but Abyss, Coin, Libram, or Coin Hero Power, either one.
Okay, first day of school. We're gonna play double one-shots.
New play. Right as the rope is burning. Oh, that cast the first day of school. Well, let me go ahead with my 2 mana, throw these ones out here.
Let's get them out there. Let's go.
And the coin has been used, so the steal play of Blessing Authority no longer works. If that was Team NejiBoston's plan.
So
they did pick up an active Zeph off the top.
So Team NejiBoston can also assume that there is a 2-mana buff in Team Markshire's deck, or in hand, because of the coin, and they did highlight and point over their Abyss. So if you're paying close attention, you can tell there's some sort of 2-mana card over there. So if they assume there's a Libram or something over there, they could steal the Libram as well.
True. Also, this is a Abyss that's ability has already gone off. There's a chance to plan on a Wave of Apathy Shadow Priest steal on the next turn, or for anything that might hit the buff, and knowing that Blessing of Authority is in hand and may come down at any moment, that could be a consideration to hold Shadow Priest and Wave for turn 7. Yep. So here could just maybe play Abyss Vile Fiend. It looks like that's the consideration they're mousing over right now.
Like, throw some stats out there and set up for that play that you discussed.
Become the hero.
Going with the penance instead, which is also fair. That hot air balloon, if it's not dealt with, can keep gaining health and get more and more pesky.
It casted death, which did nothing.
That's really funny. Went with the trigger, just like, hey, YOLO, Abyss is gonna cast something, maybe it's good.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a apotheosis there, that's pretty good.
But it does pull it from the deck, which means
Yeah.
Team NejiBoston now no longer has a Shadow or Death in their deck.
At least it didn't pull Plague.
Plague would have been pretty funny. I didn't think they wanted to play the Abyss for the spell burst because of the low rolls, but there was a chance that it high rolled too.
I wonder if they didn't like consider like the spell burst going off because the rope was burning, and they actually meant to like penance first and then Abyss afterwards.
Yeah, because penance Abyss would have been a perfectly fine play.
Yeah.
I think they decided maybe at the last minute to play penance instead of Vile Fiend. And here's a Hand of a Doll and a Devout Pupil coming down. Time Rip off the top is very nice for Team NejiBoston. May change the consideration of the play. Wave of Apathy comboed with Cabal Shadow Priest is still quite a strong play and can steal that Abyss. They know, though, that the Blessing of Authority is still in hand.
Mm-hmm. But they still have the Wave of Apathy.
Perfectly fine.
The ball play if this Blessing ever comes down. Or if a minion gets too big that they can't answer.
And now, you know, the Mind Render play, it gets more and more difficult on the priest side because you're holding some cards as the priest that you don't want to give to your opponent. A Wave of Apathy Shadow Priest combo, a Zephyrus. You know, even though they can't abuse the Zephyrus ability, they'd probably just throw it out there. Temple and 3-2, so you can't have it.
Absolutely. I would 100% be like, oh, okay. I have a nice 3-2.
Yeah, you immediately rip that if you get that as the Paladin. But Paladin is maintaining a pretty good control of the board and has a good amount of pressure to extend. Going with Blessing of Authority now. Okay, so that minion is clearing then.
Yeah.
I would have expected maybe that kind of play with a Braggart in hand so that you could get another 13-13 on board. I'm a little bit surprised that the targets weren't split up, but knowing that the Shadow Word Death is already gone, you're up against a Highlander list, and a Time Rip is already gone, that's two of Priest's best single target removals. So it's pretty reasonable from Team Markshire to charge up that Abyss to a 13-13. And get the bad news that Wave of Apathy Shadow Priest can steal this Allura, though, which I think is the play.
It's okay. Team Markshire does have an answer for it. The Libra of Justice.
And they absolutely do. They have some small minions on board that are easily traded. The Libra of Justice on its own can give you a weapon. I think considering that this weapon can do some damage, you might just want to swing face with the weapon and then play Libram.
Well, you can play Aldor into Libram as a discount.
Oh, true. Yeah, Aldor probably comes down first here.
Yeah, Aldor, swing face for 4. Libram.
Uses all the mana efficiently, gets to also have a 0 mana Libram Wisdom that can be played on something too.
Exactly.
The 2 1/1s can trade.
Or even you can trade the 1/2 if you want. You get that Libram back and buff up one of the 1/1s a little more. Push some extra face damage.
Also true.
We'll see how Team Markshire wants to play it out.
They did indeed decide to swing the weapon first, play the Truth Seeker, play the Libram. Here comes 0 mana Libram now, and I guess it's... Oh, interesting.
Oh, it's for Lady Lealdrin. That makes sense.
As many as possible on this turn. I like it.
They're setting up just in case like this board gets cleared, or they need to cast, or if their only plays like Lady Lealdrin next turn, so it gives them an extra Libram to get back. That makes sense. It's free anyways to have that trade. So.
And Team NejiBoston picks up an active Breath of the Infinite, which means they can play it and not damage the run Vile Fiend. Combine that with an Apotheosis for a full clear of the board, and heal up the minion as well afterwards, or heal face. I feel like heal minion is the priority.
You got 24. You're not too worried.
And picking up an Aldor Attendant on this side here. I don't think that Lady Liadrin is going to come down on this turn because of the Libram of Hope. You can get one back after playing it because of Lady Liadrin. Most likely we see the Attendant come down and then a Libram of Hope to heal
And
Team
Hero
Markshire's
Power.
face, Hero Power, and play the 2 Libram Wisdoms.
Sets up good for a good Lady Liadrin turn next turn.
And because of steel cards like Shadow Madness, maybe these Libram Wisdom down on the Guardian.
There's no reason to play them, in all honesty. Because if
Well,
you put them on the
just
Guardian,
so-
if you put them on the Guardian, the same thing that's going to answer the Guardian is going to answer it anyways. And like you run the risk of something getting stealed if you do buff up the other ones.
I was thinking you just played on the Guardian anyway, so that you get more from Lady Liadrin.
Mm-hmm.
But also
Ooh,
just
Forbidden
taking the
Words
chance
pickup.
that this doesn't get cleared here, or that the Aldor Attendant doesn't get stolen, along with a clear of the 8/8 Divine Shield taunt.
So we can heal our minion, Forbidden Words the 8/8, and then trade into the 3/5.
Probably going to be the play. Forbidden Words pickup is just so strong here to be able to just clear up this Divine Shield 8/8, get the damage off the board. Meanwhile, just work your way right back up to full health while the Paladin starts running out of resources. And I have not tracked how many self-targeting spells Team Markshire has played, but they're considering the Liadrin play, so they're probably thinking about what's the proper hand space that they're going to have to play this, to not, overfill their hand and not have too many. Yep, and they're just going to get everything out of their hand to fill it up as much as possible.
I think they
with the
played
Liadrin spell.
11, trying to do my math real quick.
That is a full hand, so
Right.
they are going to have to play a card in order to not burn, which means that Goody Two Shields ability will be gone. But these Libram Wisdoms mean that the Vile Fiend no longer gets to survive the board this trade. And also choosing to make sure that this buffed up Silverhand Recruit survives the board as well, so that Team NejiBoston has to answer that as well as the other minions.
And I'm curious if they're starting to think when to play the Zephyrus. Or even the Mind Render. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Plague of Death's pretty good.
That's a Plague of Death, which gets rid of quite a few Libram Wisdoms just on its own. Yeah, they just want to rip it right now. That
Absolutely.
was 6 Libram Wisdoms that Plague of Death just permanently ate up.
So they're down to these final 2 here in hand.
2 Libram Wisdoms in hand, still have the Libram of Hope as well as a Blessing of Authority from Power and Pressure. Hand of a Doll represents refill, probably going to Hero Power and hand on the Recruit.
Like it. Splits up your minions.
The Paladin really running out of gas. Oh wow, a Raised Dead here too. Might just play Zephyrs here. Use it to clear the other 8/8.
Yeah, gives you Natalie Celine. Gives you an 8/9 in response.
I wonder
And then I'd say it's even reasonable to just wait on the Raise Dead in the hopes that Zephyrus dies next turn and you might get lucky enough to Raise Dead on Zephyrus. But it seems like Team NejiBoston doesn't care about that high roll potential, just going with Raise Dead now, finding one good one.
Maybe hoping to find a death off this. Oh, and they do.
Wow. And they find a death. Do we see them play High Abyss again
No,
for the
I mean,
other spell burst high roll? Are they gonna play Abyss
we're
first?
gonna death
This
and
time,
then play Abyss.
this time it's death.
Or even
and
Chrono
actually,
Breaker.
yeah, Chrono Breaker's a little bit better.
I think they learned from last time.
All right, and a Lightforge Zealot off the top for Team Markshire here, but this situation is starting to look really bad. They don't know, but Team NejiBoston still holding Zephyrus and Elucia represents a very, very tall hurdle to jump for this Paladin to find a victory in this game.
Yeah, and Team NejiBoston can set it up in a way that they'll kill, like if they throw out a bunch of Librams on the minion, they can kill it and then cast Mind Render to steal the Librams at any given time.
Right.
I feel bad for you.
All right, definitely a solid play here with the Blessing of Authority taking the trade and Lightforge Zealot getting another weapon up. If these Librams get played on the recruit, could present an even better Natalie Stelline target. Gonna buff up the other minion instead. Or just
once.
using one.
Yeah, gets out of range of the Holy Novas and
There's another Plague of Death.
Plague of Death.
Right off the top. I think I'd prefer to still just see Team NejiBoston play Zephyrus for Natalie.
Yeah. Wait for them to go all in on a minion in the future and then Plague of Death. Oh, but they're going to choose the Plague of Death.
Choosing the Plague again. There's one more Libram Wisdom getting eaten up. And now with all those Libram Wisdoms that Team Markshire has generated and gotten back, they're down to just one. A good top deck with the Libram of Hope. Yet another 8/8 to deal with. Same play as before. From like 3 turns ago or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Play an 8/8 and a 3/3. Draw a card. And last point in the play, debating on whether or not it's worth it to swing the weapon face or play a Libram Wisdom, the final one. Could get that Silverhand Recruit to a more important breakpoint at a 4/4.
Yeah, but I think looking at the deck list here, the breakpoints between 3 and 4 are roughly the same because the penance is gone as well. So doesn't make too much of a difference. Ooh, and there's Kronks.
Yeah, so Kronks can draw that Galakrond and create some problems for NejiBoston going forward. We could easily just see a Kronks, Zephyrus, Shadow, or Death play here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Sets up for the Galakrond for next turn, which only has 1 Invoke, actually.
And that appears to be the play. Zeph gonna grab that Shadow Word Death and take out yet another 8/8 Divine Shield Taunt. None of these have been able to stick around for even a single turn, Team Markshire. And even though they're sitting at a comfortable 30 health, they are completely losing control of this game and at a point where it seems like there's almost nothing left available that they can really do.
Nope. They don't have the power spike of 40 Librams a turn anymore, so
Just a single consecration and a weapon swing to kill the Kronks. Playing a
No, I
trading the
figured
minion.
trade and probably put it on the McGurgle. I assume.
I cannot wait to read these.
That's a very cheap Libram of Justice in hand.
Reporting for duty.
And the final Libram Wisdom in hand, just being held back.
Oh,
Wow. And
Yep,
a top
that's
deck
just
Dragon
easy
Queen
slam.
Alex Straza.
oh my goodness! A Murzon
There's a
and a
Murzon to
Ysera?
get your own Murger if you wanted. Just go with
Nah.
Ysera instead. I think I would have liked the Murzon.
Yeah, me too. But, you know, dragons, Murlocs. Dragons are a little bigger.
Like, it would have cast a Consecration, cleared out a Recruit, taken away the Divine Shield, set that minion to 1, given
Well,
you
that's
your
true.
own Paladin, or your own Paladin Prime that you could get in your deck. But it's also hard to argue against Ysera Unleashed. That's 7 Dream Portals in this deck that's already used its Highlander effects.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
there
this
is no
one
downside.
helps close the game out faster, so that makes some sense, I guess. Maybe? I don't know.
And difficult choice for Team Markshire here. Now holding a 0 mana Libram of Justice, you probably have to just rip it now and pray that Dream Portals don't follow. And yeah, this is just an all-in, going for the damage right
Yep.
now.
Gotta do something. Just too far behind the 8 ball at this point.
But that's a Libram of Justice and a Consecration both being played on this turn. 1 mana Murzond answers that play fantastically. It will depend on the order that Murzon casts it. I think Murzon's order is random,
It is random, yes.
but it hits the high roll and casts the Libram first and
Yep.
then the Consecration, clearing up everything but a Divine Shielded minion.
And we get our own outdoor.
Also, that Libram Wisdom could have hit the McGurgle, but hit the Murzon instead. So very good outcomes for Team NejiBoston all around.
Yeah, and they...
At this
I guess you don't want to
point,
give your opponent... Yeah, you never play Myrander this game.
you're not in any danger. You know the 1 card in hand is Libram
Yep.
of Wisdom, so and you don't want to play Galakron either because you're not going to get bursted down. You can just use it for a clear on whatever minion gets played.
I do love a good study session. Reporting for duty.
I just slammed the Galakron. Go for the YOLO.
Probably Mind Flayer
Player first.
Galakron.
Yeah. He'll hit it, I promise.
Going with that 50-50. I mean, it's a correct play regardless.
Yeah.
Even if it hits the Silverhand Recruit, it's fine.
Oh. Wait, did it? Come on. Oh, I'm so good at
Oh,
this.
wow. And he hits the high roll, too. Team
Yeah.
Markshire just can't get anything RNG-wise to go in their favor. And I expect we see a concede.
Yeah, that should do it. Not the left-handed deck. No more Libram of Justice. No more honks to combo with.
Your win, friend.
Yep, and that'll do it.
There it is. Team NejiBoston 1 win away from punching a ticket to the finals, getting that priest through against the Paladin, and they are down to a Guardian Animals Druid needing to pick up victories against the Mirror and a Paladin, respectively. Just one of them will do. For Team Markshire, they need the reverse.
Yeah.
They got to get this Paladin through, which probably gets queued up first before the Mirror.
Probably, because if you get a pretty good aggressive start, you should be fine. But if the Paladin
There's-
starts kind
yeah.
of slow, they kind of get wrecked by the early
Well,
Guardian
there's a
animals,
couple
too.
of chances for Paladin to take control and win this game. The
Yeah.
primary is, just leading with an aggressive start before the Druid ramps and gets a big board. that wrecks you, and second, it's having Libram of Justice, or potentially Libram of Justice and Consecration comboed.
Yep.
So as soon as the Druid makes a massive board that's going to destroy you, well, there goes the board.
This is a survival of the fittest build, right? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yes.
So our minions are Lake Thresher, Teacher's Pet, and the Twilight Runner. So no Nubisats here for this version.
Correct. We do not see the Anubisats. We do see animated broomsticks instead, which I think might be the better inclusion, because those broomsticks can be devastating when paired with Dream Portals. Or really just any minion that's already mega buffed and sticks.
Yeah, it
Honestly,
makes it work
a broomstick having Survival of the Fittest on it alone is kind of scary as a 1-mana 5/5 rush.
Yeah, I think people start playing it because you know, sometimes you get minion strand in your hand after Survival of the Fittest. So then you just drop that and you build your. It's like a build your own guardian animals.
All right, and we see the Druid just keeping a ramp card, and Paladin looking at Shotbot, Hand of a Doll, and
I like the full
the
keep
Goody Two Shields.
For Paladin here. Oh,
It
we
looks
choose
good
not to
enough
keep the
to
hand.
keep.
Okay.
A bit surprised that we threw back the Hand of a Doll, but there was no 1-drop to play it on. And finding a 1, getting rewarded from that mulligan.
Absolutely. If I knew if I was going to mull my Hand of Gadon and get an outdoor attendant, I would do it every time.
I guess you'd probably mull the Shotbot, though, so you could keep the hand and play it on your 1/3.
Yeah. But having the 2-drop was too important. I think having the 2-drop was way more important than the
oh, absolutely it was. I'm just saying if you had...
Oh, if you knew it was going to get the outdoor?
Yeah. All right, so Discovery Options, grabbing a Mark of the Wild off of that Nature Studies. Also holding coin, as we've seen from before. Team NejiBoston understands you do not play coin after you play Nature Studies. It does not work well together.
No, it does not.
But holding that Wild Growth, we have to expect that Wild Growth is coming down for Team NejiBoston to start the ramping. And for Team Markshire, it's play a 1-drop into a 2-drop, hit him in the face.
Now we're hoping to find some sort of buffs here soon.
And here comes Wild Growth.
I would assume so. Unless they're thinking of some sort of Lightning Bloom play.
But Lightning Bloom also wastes the Nature Studies discount, which doesn't feel great. And the Nature Studies into Wild Growth play is really what Druid wants to do the most with its turn 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Just considering other options, if it's actually worth it to play the Twilight Runner right now, I don't think... Oh, wow. They are going to decide to just get the Twilight Runner down right now.
I guess they're taking the board presence as serious as possible.
It also might just be because they don't have the Guardian Animals in hand yet.
Yeah.
And they want to draw into their power plays and inform the other decisions. But I am quite a bit surprised that we didn't see a 2-mana Wild Growth get played on turn 2. And for Team Markshire here, they have a 3-drop they can play on 3. Can't hit the self minion.
I think you just
might as well go face and play the 3.
Yeah, you just gotta keep your curve rounded out. A Goody Two Shields is on average super hard for the Druid to deal with. Especially
and the
looking
Druid
at this
is
hand.
very overloaded as well, so only 1 mana to work with going to this next turn with the coin already spent.
Ooh.
And look at that, there's the Guardian Animals. It can't be played on turn 4 though anyway, so we'll probably see Wild Growth come down on 4. I don't think Lightning Bloom gets played here. Gonna obviously take a trade and look for something, and now this would just be a pass. Unless they're considering Lightning Bloom Mark of the Wild. It changes the breakpoints and makes it more awkward. That Team Markshire would have to do a double trade, but I don't think that would be something Team Markshire would mind all that much. So yeah, wisely choosing to just wait. And Team Markshire still drawing nothing playable except for the card they were already holding. Nothing to do but play McGurgle and press the button.
Yeah.
Clear out that minion with the Divine Shield. Absolutely the right choice. At this point, probably just waiting a little bit to make the obvious play and then maybe make Team NejiBoston think that there's something else that is playable outside of just McGurgle and Hero Power. You know, so that it's not just ripping it immediately like, hey, I only have one play, so I'm going to do it. They could also just be sitting here considering what they're doing for future turns. But it's an underrated play, I think, to take a little bit of extra time when you have no other plays but one, just to at least make your opponent believe that you had more options.
Psych out game. Ooh, overgrowth here.
And there's an overgrowth. Who needs to Lightning Bloom into Guardian Animals when you can just ramp into it with other cards? So we probably see GA getting played on the following turn. For right now, Team Markshire picking up a playable card, one that they probably would have preferred to play last turn if they had drawn it. Maybe just play True Seeker here.
I like going
but
all
Blessing
face
of
and playing
Authority
Blessing of
very
Authority.
tempting. Yeah, Authority on the Divine Shield.
On the murder roll, I think.
Well, you could also play it on 2 shields because 2 shields gets the Divine Shield back.
Nah. I like the break. Well, it's mainly because I like the breakpoint of the 4 attack on 2 shields already against most of what the Druid wants to do. So, yeah, and they do agree. They do put it on the McGurgle.
Yeah, it
so
makes a lot of sense.
Makes the
put it on
McGurgle being able to trade into things a lot easier, or a lot better too. Where the
And now
breakpoint of
this
the
is
4
just
is
a
already great.
ton of damage, thanks to that Blessing of Authority that looks very hard for NejiBoston to deal with. Looking at Ghidra.
See, you could Hydra and mark it. It will get +4,
So
+4.
a Bog Beam would knock off the... Oh, they're just going Guardian Animals. I mean, that also most likely gives you the ability to clear out the McGurgle as well. If you Bog Beam the McGurgle now. You still actually
no,
need
you're
1
still
more
up by
damage.
1. Yeah.
But Lightning Bloom with Mark of the Wild would give it to you. Bog Beam down the McGurgle Divine Shield, play Lightning Bloom, play Mark of the Wild on your Thresher. Or the Teacher's Pet, either way.
Yeah, I think you just leave it.
Just gonna leave the McGurgle alone.
Yep.
McGurgle.
McGurgle.
And yep, there's at least 1 taunt in the way. It's unlikely that Team Markshire has a way to actually send that damage face.
Yeah, and next turn you can actually go Lightning Bloom, Speaker, Overgrowth as well.
That Broomstick is a pretty big pickup from first day of school here with the ability now to play Lightforge Zealot and Battle Mage and Broomstick.
Yeah, they should be able to clear up the board here for Team Markshire.
Almost played Broomstick first. Want to give that Battle Mage rush too, just in case. And here it is. This is the play that none of us saw coming, where this McGurgle should be able to actually push 10 face. I think you start with a weapon swing into the 4-3.
Okay.
Okay, choosing not to miss the damage there. Wow.
Wow.
What a high roll. Mukla. I guess, yeah, setting them to 1 is good, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was thinking you wanted to control the board more, but since you already saw the Guardian Animals come down. Now, Team NejiBoston picking up a Broomstick off the top, already holding the Overflow to try to get out of range.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go with the Lightning Bloom, Speaker, Overflow. Yep.
Yeah, and Speaker gets pretty extra charged up from that. very crucially survives the first hit on
and they find the Bog Beam as
the
well.
McGurgle.
They can Bog
Bog
Beam,
Beam is
Iron Bark.
big.
Yeah.
Iron Bark as well, a massive pickup with no mana left, being able to not only take off the Divine Shield, but also give taunt to a very big minion
Yep.
and have it change the breakpoint so it only needs one hit to kill the Murger here. And 1 damage away from lethal, but a massive answer from the Druid means that Team Markshire now is facing a lot of damage, and
Yeah.
the game is
Ooh.
completely flipped around. They're in a lot
That's
of
just-
trouble here.
Oh no, I guess they're gonna take 9. Can't leave this up. You have to take the 9.
You do, because it represents 18.
Yeah. I mean, we know they're dead and bored if they don't kill it, but
Yeah, that Mark of the Wild would have ended it very easily. As it stands, still a pretty strong response from NejiBoston to being almost dead. These guardian animals almost certainly, well, yeah, like guaranteed deal with that.
I
Lightforged.
get 1
But there's only
Lake
one.
Thresher.
Yeah, there's only 1 left in deck now because of all the draws. So just the trade and a taunt then with the teacher's pet, or are they going to play
You
Twilight
play
Runner?
Twilight Runner.
Draw.
There's a low chance that you get bursted from 6. They need to have Consecration plus another Lightforge. Okay, they're gonna go with the taunt to play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, there was the possibility that, Lightforged could come out and actually lethal them with the Consecration play for exactly 8 mana. So I do like the conservative play to stay alive with the taunt. Quite a lot of options in hand for Team Markshire. The Lightforged Zealots are almost an excellent play, but the Teacher's Pet having just 1 higher health than the true attack means we probably won't be seeing a Zealot. At least as the primary play here.
Yeah,
Looks like Team Markshire wants to play that True Seeker. Maybe
Like
just
True
a True Seeker
Seeker?
and a Peacekeeper.
yeah. Just
Because
play
you're holding
anything
2
called
of them.
outdoor in your hand. You're good.
Yeah. Team Markshire plays Aldor.
Yeah,
And then
he plays
Aldor again.
outdoor.
And chooses to hold back Aldor. All right, another overflow picked up off the top from NejiBoston. Holding Ysera and a Broomstick. Broomstick and a Twilight Runner. There's some good options. Very fascinating how this game is developed.
no.
That this Wild Growth could have been played on turn 2 and is in hand all game. What's the oh no?
Oh no. I forgot to hit the transition button. Chat, I'm sorry.
Oh no. So how much have we
Up until
not
this point.
seen?
Up until this point.
Wait, like every
Maybe?
game?
No, just
Every
this game.
game
Just
was
this
on-
game. No, just this game.
Just this game, okay. Just this series between Markshire and Neji, or just this
this
specific
Druid
game?
versus Paladin.
Just Druid Paladin, okay. Man, this is too bad. It's been an exciting game.
Yeah, rub it in, Ron.
Oh, get wrecked, Tuna. All right, so we've transitioned now, and the hands are visible.
Yeah. Just,
All right,
Just 10 minutes
That's
of
good.
match. Just
better
fun.
better late than never.
Yeah. Someone in chat was like, "Hey, we can't see anything," and I was like, "Oh, maybe I missed it then." And then I checked OBS, and OBS is still just showing the casters.
Oh, that's incredible. All right, so Team Durden leading off with the trade. See what minion gets procced, and Alec is actually a really frustrating minion to see because you don't want to give your opponent more healing things or spells that you like to play here. This might force the Lightforged Zealot just to kill the Alec. And just going to play the other Aldor. Go as wide as possible. Oh, didn't actually kill the Alec. Yeah, I like this too. Just pushing damage. Almost there for lethal. Once again, a big threat. Team Neji leading with Discover. Not great options.
Thank goodness you talk about every single thing, Ron. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. Yeah, you can. It's like radio. You just follow the play-by-play. Thanks a lot, Tuna.
Yeah. I'm apologizing to everyone in chat.
All right, so Neji ripping off the overflow here. The discount. Also, this Elec gets to remember the overflow. And here comes some dream portals.
Okay. Ooh, survival
So
of the fittest.
far, just one reasonably decent dragon, a second one with spell power. Another dragon. Oh, some of these are really garbage.
Yeah, 2 garbage ones in a row.
There's a big statted one. And the last dream portal on board. Oh, wow.
Ooh. That's a good one.
An extremely good dream portal right at the end. And just barely has enough time to get the hero power off and hit face. The hand is full of cards, so Team NejiBoston will burn the card off the top and will not get the dragon from the skeletal. And here, Team Markshire does not have the answer they wanted with the way through this board, through this taunt. That taunt preventing the lethal there. Such a massive find right at the very end, the final dragon. And, I mean, could maybe play Hand of A'dal to look for lethal. If Hand of A'dal finds... what's that? Lever of Justice?
Lever of Justice, yeah.
Then, oh, okay. Abyss, I guess, gives you a couple chances because you already have discounts. So it's going to cast one and could cast Lever of Justice. Consecration, though, unfortunately not quite good enough. It is going to deal with a large portion of this board, but missing the lethal that they were looking for and choosing to just not hit into this board at all.
Yeah, I think
ran
they
out
just
of time.
realized.
Yeah. Ran out of time, and here's a survival of the fittest, and that's going to end the game.
At least chat gets to see the end. I'm sorry, chat.
And yeah, just a very disappointing ending for Team Markshire. They had the outs for lethal. They played the outs, but couldn't quite get there. Team NejiBoston finding with the final Dream Portal a taunt dragon to not only prevent getting lethal, but also set up the board to lethal their opponent in return. Congratulations to Team NejiBoston picking up the victories in 2 straight to advance to the finals. We're going to see a match between Team NejiBoston and Team Adamos.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great one. I actually, when we're doing team reveals, I said Team Adamos was actually going to be final 2, but I predicted that they were going to lose to Team Icicles. That is no longer in the tournament, obviously. But you know, 2 super strong teams here. So this should be an exciting finals here. And I will make sure that it is across the board and we can watch every part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong teams. And we see, you know, Team NejiBoston has picked up victories in dominant fashion, leading a charmed life, it seems, with the Nizari victory over Berserk and hitting some great RNG rolls. barely dodging the lethal again in the match versus Team Markshire, and everything's been going NejiBoston's way. I can attest to this team being very strong as well. My own duo team had the misfortune of playing Team NejiBoston in round 1. Yeah, that game went forever, but they were proved to be an extremely good opponent all the way through this duos tournament, and now rightly punching their ticket for a finals match against an equally dominant Team Adamos. These lineups here, NejiBoston's has the Highlander Priest, the Highlander Mage, and the Guardian Animals Druid, and Team Adamos has the Tempo Mage, the Galakron Priest, and the Bomb Warrior. So we see 6 completely different lists among these two players, which you love to see with this variety here.
Absolutely. It lets you know that the metagame is super good, that you can bring anything you want to. And, well, not anything, but like it allows you to bring a plethora of different kind of decks, which makes it super fun and super cool to do.
Yeah, so once again, we'll just hope that, at least one side bans Priest.
Nah.
So that the possibility of a Priest mirror is eliminated. Just messaging the players right now. I'm also going to remind you now before each game to
That
transition
is
the screen.
That
here,
is
Tuna.
very fine. That is very, very fine. I deserve it. I 100% deserve it.
Well, at least we caught like the majority of the action. It was just the last game that we witnessed where, like 8 or 9 turns didn't show up on stream. It's just a radio broadcast for portions. Looks like the players have challenged up.
Ooh.
So we're going to get bans in shortly.
Nice. I actually just went to hit up the players.
I got you, Tuna.
Thanks.
So it sounds like you need some help.
Listen, man. I'm trying to do everything from this little laptop here in my hotel. It's not the greatest,
In all honesty, roast aside, you're doing a great job.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
All right, now
everyone clip that. Everyone clip
regularly
that.
scheduled.
That's on stream.
Wait,
Someone clip that.
Clip it. Don't clip it. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Take it back.
Someone clip it. RonMexico complimented me. Someone clip it.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. I played myself.
Yeah, you did. You fool.
All right, so we should be seeing bans shortly. Before we do, any speculation on what these players might be banning here, Tuna?
Let me look at the deck list here.
I feel like Team NejiBoston has kind of established a banning Priest, I will say.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a reason to ban the Warrior, but we've seen them ban Priest, 3-4 times now? So, so that definitely feels like they're just going to ban the Priest, get it out of here. And then for Team Adamos, what did they ban against Based?
I think the Mage was banned.
They banned the Priest.
Oh, they banned Priest. That's right.
What did they ban against A2? Hunter. Oh, because A2 didn't bring Priest. I don't know. We might see a double Priest ban, to be honest, which would be sweet. But we still have the Control Warrior in the lineup for Team Adamos. So either way, we're going to have some sort of control deck being played at some point.
Yeah, I would expect we see either Priest or Mage banned from Team Adamos.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised to just see that Priest get banned. And then from Team NejiBoston, I get the feeling it's either Warrior or Priest, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see that. But if it's not Warrior, it's probably Priest, and just sticking with that precedent that they've set throughout the tournament.
It definitely doesn't seem like they're banning the Mage, so we are safe to assume that it is the Warrior or the Priest, but who knows? Maybe they'll fool us all and just be like, you know what? Bye, Mage.
Could be. But shortly, we'll have it in the beginning of the finals match. We've gone through tons of matches, a series of Swiss, and a very exciting top 8 to get to this point. And we are at the conclusion. We've got a best of 3 to go between these two excellent duo teams, and I'm very excited to be casting this finals of duos number 2. Who
Yeah.
will we crown? NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh? Oh wait, no.
Eesh.
Was he in? He's the duo, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh, or
Sh-
Adamos and
Walter and
Gkick?
Madu
And
Gkick.
Walter.
Yeah.
Credit to Walter.
Gotta credit Walter. It's always Walter.
That's right.
You know, they're also playing for first place. Each player gets a $20 bundle pack too, and I believe second place gets two $10 bundles.
Ooh,
So that is
exciting.
also on the line here for the folks.
And the bands are in. It's Double Priest.
Yes.
Praise RNGesus. No priest allowed in the finals match.
Praise be to Yogg.
And we have NejiBoston's Mage and Druid versus Adamos, Warrior and Mage. Are we good for the players to start?
Yep, I told them once they had bands in, they could start. So if they're asking you, you can tell them they can go ahead.
Looks like they're getting started.
Woo. Yeah, because just switching the band icons on screen doesn't take too long, so there's no reason to hold the players back for that. All right, and we will have Team Adamos and Gkick on your bottom, and Team NejiBoston and DoctorFeesh on top. You see some eyeballs, so let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm just working through my own difficulties of misclicking.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Like it spazzes out right before you click on it. All right, so game
I started
one.
watching Marty Brodeur, and he's like, "You sure you want?"
You sure you want to be here? Like, no, I'm not sure, actually. All right, so game one, we'll see Team Adamos' Warrior taking on Team NejiBoston's Mage. The finals are here, folks, and they're underway. Let's get hyped.
Here we go.
That wasn't hype, Ron.
Oh, my bad. Let's do this!
Yeah! There we got it. We got Ron to get hyped, folks. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Take it with you how you will.
All right, and leading off the finals with a very exciting Hero Power Pass.
Oh, wait, I gotta double check.
I guess.
Wait, I gotta double
Rope?
check. All right,
Rope
we
Hero
are
Power
streaming the
Pass?
game. We're good. We're good, Ron.
You transitioned?
Yeah, we're good. I wouldn't want to miss any parts of this finals. I'd feel so bad. Yeah, and this matchup's gonna be it's gonna be a long one, folks. You know, just gonna be probably a lot of hero power passing for a while.
So, for those of you who were celebrating along with us, no priest being allowed. Well, it turns out,
slow one anyways.
We're still getting long games. This is very reminiscent, I think, of the match that we tuned into in the first round of the top 8 when Team NejiBoston took down Team BZRK. We caught the end of it, and it looked like NejiBoston was on the back foot, but found a one-mana Nozari. We'll see if they can do it again. Interesting Jandis options. I think Alar is most likely the pick here. Maybe trying to be sneaky.
Oh, someone DC'd.
Going with the stag. Oh, yep, we have a disconnect.
Donde has told me I'm a true THL operator now since I forgot to transition for most of a match.
Nice. Earning your stripes.
That's what he's like. It's a rite of passage. You're not a true op unless you forget to transition.
Excellent. All right, so it looks like Team Adamos briefly disconnected, but they are back online.
Back underway. Does it say which one I chose?
This may mean that we have a re-challenge that will happen after this game.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't tell us which one. It's interesting.
I think he was hovering Alar. Makes sense to pick Alar. He might have been a little trying to be sneaky and pick the stag.
Yeah, I think either way they're probably going to kill the... I guess you don't kill the LR because you don't have a way to kill the second half of it. Kind of an awkward turn here from Team Adamos.
It definitely is, although Bladestorm does kill two things. The Jandis and whatever minion was chosen to die from 1 damage. It may just be better to equip the Wrench Caliber and punch into the Jandis and play a Sky Raider.
Yeah. Set up for the Doctor next turn.
Yep, get that Dr. Krastanov going. It looks like that's the choice here. Just a weapon and a pirate generator.
South Sea Captain picked up off the generation.
And this is probably the point where Team NejiBoston plays that Zephyrus that they've been holding for weapon removal. You want those bomb weapons gone as soon as possible so you can keep your Highlander effects, as well as the fact that Zephyrus is, of course, useless if another bomb goes in the deck for you don't even know how long.
And this just feels real good here because you do know from the open deck list that they are running, you know, Dr. Krasanov, so, and upgrades and such, so you know the weapon's going to get bigger fast.
Absolutely. Oh, big pickup with the risky skipper, though, off the top that can automatically deal with one of the Jandis minions and potentially clear up the entire board.
You at least can kill 3 minions here with the risky Armorsmith South Sea.
The Bladestorm interaction, it only hits 1 because of the Jandis minion.
No, I was talking about risky armor South Sea.
Oh, right. I just mean they were mousing the Bladestorm. So
but yes, correct. It would only kill. It would deal 1 damage to the board and then stop.
So Team Adamos just electing to armor and draw cards. Gonna wait for a future turn to deal with the board. No, just gonna rip the Bladestorm now.
Oh, the effect happened twice, but
so
it
the
only
animation went twice.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It stopped exactly how we thought it would. Okay.
Very
interesting.
strange.
Yeah. I thought it was gonna keep going.
Yeah. And also interesting to see that NejiBoston was being sneaky and did not pick the Alar to be the minion that died on the first hit. So could have had the Ashes that would have just resummoned and had a 4-3 here. Instead has a 7-2.
Yeah, I wonder if it was better to, no matter what, pick the Alar just because of the death rattle effect of it.
Right. I mean, I think the logical pick was Alar, but there's always a good reason to just go with the pick that's not as logical because your opponent assumes you pick the logical pick. So it's a little bit of gamesmanship.
Mind games everywhere.
Holding Conjurer's Calling, though, is pretty strong for Alar. If that was the choice from Team NejiBoston, just gonna play the Observer. Feels like the board is powerful enough. Gonna ping down that Raider. It's quite a bit of damage that's been pushed here. And Team Adamo still very on the back foot. Although Skipper Armorsmith can always lead to quite a bit of armor generation and removal.
So you can actually clear the death rattle effect too because of the shield slam pickup.
Mm-hmm.
So we can completely deal with this Alar this turn if we choose to go that route.
Skipper, Armorsmith, South Sea.
Yep, and then shield slam.
And then end your turn with shield slam on the...
Yep, I think it's an 0-3, so it should get it.
Yeah, you'll gain enough armor.
Yep. Looks like that's what they're looking
Yeah,
at doing.
they're also doing the quick math here.
It would be such feels
Checking
bad if
if
it didn't
there's-
get enough.
Other plays. But the Armor Smith gains you 2 right off the bat when you play it with just Skipper.
We're
Really?
battle
A
rage.
Battle Rage?
Oh, okay. We found a one drop.
Okay, sure, yeah. You
Never
just
punished.
excellent play there.
Okay.
Make sure that you draw that 1-drop, though. Otherwise, you know, it's not nearly as good of a
He
play.
had 2 1-drop creatures left in the deck, and the other one's risky skipper.
Worked out extremely well for
They
Team
knew.
Adamos there, finding that
knew.
last 1-drop.
That's what they were doing. They were praying to the RNG gods again. Like, please give us Sky Raider. And there it was.
Team NejiBoston has the option of combustion that would kill the board, but I think that also grants armor.
It'll grant 3
for
armor.
all 3 hits.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Devolving Missiles, though, doesn't feel great here.
I think you're fine with just giving him 3 armor.
They just have to give the 3 armor and play a Solarian.
Yeah.
Ping Faiths.
It's not bad tempo. Oh, okay, we're going to play the Mana Saber instead.
Mana Saber is also a very reasonable choice here. I was thinking it might not be the best to play because you can't ramp into anything good for 9 mana right now, but it also can just be a strong minion to stick on the board and help contest.
Might
I do
just
see Deathwing can just clear this right up, though. Fascinating that Team Adamos is holding 2 legendary minions of the same exact card in hand.
One generated and one from the deck.
So Anchor Greenskin is another reasonable option that might be under consideration right now.
I like dropping the Deathwing here. Stop this ramp before it ever begins.
And that could be another good reason for playing the Mana Saber, the fact that it just baited out this minion now to deal with it, rather than having this Deathwing clear up your Calicos pretty easily on the turn that you want to play it. Top decking Siamat is huge as well, considering that Devolving Missiles could be played in conjunction with Siamat, or even just freezing the Deathwing and playing a Divine Shield Wind Fury Siamat. A number of different options.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna see
Devolving,
the Devolving.
probably the best just to clear this up more easily.
What's an overstated 5-drop?
It's an 8 mana that went all the way down to 5.
CMAT still doesn't clear that.
Actually really annoying. Maybe just taking Wind Fury and Divine Shield then.
I would think so. There's no point of rushing into this. Oh, and taunt.
Divine Shield Taunt also works.
Okay. I think I would have taken the Wind Fury still, right? Seems interesting to take the taunt.
I don't feel like you're all that concerned about, you know, whatever damage is going to either your Observer or face on this turn.
That's how I felt too. That's, you know.
But regardless, Wind Fury Taunt, Coerce kills that anyway. Team Adamos considering a Krasinov instead. Coerce just a little bit too good. A bit surprised if they're playing Cutting Class here that didn't come first. Maybe South Sea is the play instead.
Tap last.
I guess they wanted to draw a minion that was a pirate first. Wait, they've already drawn all the
They've already
pirates.
drawn all
They
of
drew
them.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know why Cutting Class didn't come out first. I mean, just technically it's correct, but I guess you were always playing Coerce, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah. In the end, probably no matter how they ran it, same line, no matter what.
And here from Team NejiBoston, we see a setup for box. Dump your cards.
What's in the
refill with
box?
box. Team Adamos has a way to get that weapon really nicely charged up here with Greenskins and Krasinov. Could just double Greenskin as well.
What now?
Currently, there's 1 bomb in the deck, correct? So
Yep.
Blastmaster Boom would summon. He would just be regular.
He'd just be
Dr.
Dr. Boom. OG Dr. Boom.
One's considered the strongest card in all of Hearthstone. Here on this turn, not even a consideration for Team Adamos.
That card was the nuts when it came out. Didn't matter what deck you're playing. There was a Dr. Boom in it.
That's right.
It's like they're running through their options. I don't think they want to waste these weapon upgrades on this Ankar. Probably want to wait for the...
There's chance it's Skip or Barov. Might have been the other options being considered, but it looks like this is the strongest of the plays available. Just go ahead and get that weapon charged up a little bit. South Sea Captain is also a strong card to get on this board to buff up the Greenskin a little bit more and compete.
Going face.
And with the health for both sides where they are, this would be a pretty good box turn. I guess the Mally off the top, a little bit too tempting for Neji to see what can be found that could be useful. Fireball to push more damage, Flame Strike to clear. What's the damage on the board? 11? With 9, that's 20. Opponent is
Off
at
by
21. 1 off lethal with the Mally Fireball. And 1 mana off lethal because you can't ping. Are you afraid of getting lethaled in return from a board of 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Very possibly. With things like upgrade, Greenskin, Skipper to charge up that Berserker. It's not too safe to go for the lethal play here, and I think Team NejiBoston agrees that it would be a little bit too optimistic to just push everything face and set their opponent to 1. Going on the safer side and just clearing up the board. Funny enough that Devolving Missiles actually created such a frustrating, difficult minion to deal with for Team NejiBoston with that 2/7 that gains attack.
Yeah.
Another upgrade for Team Adamos here. That's just crazy weapon boosting.
I mean that's what this deck's all about. Make a big old wrench caliber and deal face with the weapon, and hopefully the bombs roll off the top to finish off the final blow. But you could say Team NejiBoston threw a wrench in that plan by destroying it with their Zephyrus earlier.
I see what you did there. All right, so here comes Krasinov clearing up a minion. Team Adamos just clearing up more minions on board, gaining armor. Knows that there's no weapon removal, but still choosing to hold off on buffing this Ankar as much as possible. Probably just hoping for that final wrench caliber deck that's in the bottom 8. That would be the one that you really want to charge up and put bombs in deck. Shut down Highlander effects and put inevitability on your side.
All in due time.
And here, NejiBoston, once again, sometimes you just got to ask yourself, what's in the box?
No, Ron. Get out of here.
The people want to see what's in the box.
No. You want to see what's in the box.
This is a very strong play here.
Yep.
Getting 2 more 5-attack minions and using the spell burst to clear up the minion on board, developing a strong board again. And once again, putting the onus back on Team Adamos to deal with all of this damage.
We did get a Corsair's Cache, though, so we can finally find that last wrench caliber in the deck.
True. And Team Adamos finally might be forced to use that Skipper and Lord Barov play to clear this up.
Yeah, we can actually Corsair's Cache with the weapon and clear the board with Barov and Risky Skipper this turn.
Right, just because that's all so strong. Getting Skipper, Barov, Cash for the buffed Wrench Caliber, and sending 4 damage face. I think it has to play.
Try to keep yourselves alive.
The question might just come down to, do you play
Swing
the
this
Wrench
last
Caliber?
4.
I think you probably want to swing this 4 because you definitely want to swing the Wrench Caliber next turn.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're going to swing it now.
Oh. A play I didn't consider. I like this a lot more. This actually shuts down Highlander effects now.
Just shuts
And
down
also gets that
Dragon
second
Queen
bomb in
and
deck.
Reno.
Right, obviously
Yeah.
the Zephyrs has already been used, but Dragon Queen is not a card you want to see get played on this board if you are the warrior right now. And Reno wouldn't really do much, but is still a frustrating card to deal with on any make. I like this play quite a lot though because of the Blastmaster Boom that it enables on the next turn with another swing.
Ooh, the Beast.
The Beast is a nice high attack target there, but that was a massive low roll with the stable hand. Arguably, you know, that Beast, the Core Hound, is also a pretty much a low roll on a 7-drop, but at least it has a 9 attack.
Well, you're fine. You just wanted something with high attack, and this is it's a pretty good one for 7 drops.
Team Adamos is sitting here at health, 13 damage being represented on board. Because of that Malagos Fireball in hand for Team NejiBoston, this might be game over.
Yeah.
I don't see any great way for Adamos here on this board to actually deal with the minions without taking damage, which would mean the out is
Just fireball
put
ping.
more bombs in deck, damage them down to 10 probably for the bomb breakpoint. Oh, I guess, yeah, you really wanted to play the Blastmaster Boom, but I think it might have been better to just increase your chances with one more upgrade to set them to 10, so 2 bombs off the top would win.
It didn't matter.
It doesn't matter, though. Didn't draw the bombs, and that is going to wrap it up for Game 1. Team NejiBoston. Malagos Fireball to the face to take down that Bomb Warrior.
I'm excited to see the AC just come in and just whoop everyone.
The what?
The 8 seed. Isn't Team NejiBoston our 8 seed?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't know what you said. I didn't hear 8 seed though. I was trying to figure it out. Was
You're like, what is Tuna talking about?
Yeah, this is actually pretty awesome just to see the team that was the absolute closest in our top 8 to not even making this final round of games here has been actually so far in the top 8, by the way, winning every single game 2-0, every match 2-0, and now up 1-0 with the chance to just finish it off with a 2-0 win potentially if this Guardian Animals Druid can find the victory.
Absolutely, but you know they gotta hope that they don't get a low roll sometimes. This deck has the failsafe on this Druid does happen sometimes where you're just holding a bunch of ramp cards and really nothing to go with it.
Oh, absolutely, it can definitely happen, and when it does, you're sitting there looking at your hand and deck, and you're like, yeah, this is garbage. Why am I even playing this? This is awful.
Yeah.
I've done nothing, and I have 10 mana, but I'm dead.
I have 10 mana on turn 4.
And then other times you play like a turn 3 or 4 Guardian Animals, and you're like, oh my god, this is the best deck of all time.
Yeah, this deck is broken.
So there is obviously the potential of either of those outcomes. With this Guardian Animals Druid, it is a very swingy type of deck. And right now, Team Adamos must be thinking about what do we bring to beat this Druid. Do we go with the aggressive tempo mage, or do we queue up the Bomb Warrior again?
I
Actually,
like
did
the
they
bomb
have to
warrior,
restart
right?
maybe because of the disconnect?
I spectated to see if that was what's happening, and they're still preparing to battle. So I
Okay.
do not know if
I left spectate too, just in case. Just double checking with the players.
yeah, I think Team Adamos is just double checking, making sure that like the deck they want to bring is going to have their best chance to at least try to tie the series back up.
All right, and yep, Team NejiBoston says just waiting on them to select a deck, so they have rechallenged. And Team Adamos, obviously, with the tournament on the line in this next match here, is going to take their time to decide warrior
Absolutely.
or mage. What's better versus this druid here?
I mean, what do you think, Ron? If you were Team Adamos, what are you bringing? I know personally, I'm running back the warrior.
Yeah,
But
I'd run back the warrior as well. I think the warrior is usually pretty well equipped to try to deal with the guardian animals druid. With you have your Barov, you have your skippers, you have Bladestorm, you have your brawls. There's lots of ways to deal with the broken things that the druid does.
yep. And it looks like we're in, and they do end up bringing the warrior, so they agree with us that this warrior is their best chance to bring this game back, or bring the series back to tied.
Oh no! Again, the spectate bug.
Uh-oh.
It's bad timing.
That's okay. I don't have it. Who cares about you?
Nice, well played.
As it's for the viewers at home. It's not really for me, to be honest. But it also is funny that you can't see. The nature study's here to start off the game for Team NejiBoston.
Stand the time, run low.
Looking at a Glowfly Swarm, a Dreamaway Guardians, and a Forest Aid. Probably just going to take the Dreamaway Guardians. That's what they end up picking. Markshire cast, the best turn 2 play for this warrior deck. Picks up a Wrench Caliber.
All right, and spectate bug has been solved. I can now see the hands. Back in business.
Woo! Alright, hero powers from both these players on turn 2. Or, sorry, just hero power from them on turn 2.
See a druid hand for Team NejiBoston with no ramp in it.
What are you talking about? They got coin.
Old-fashioned ramp.
Old-fashioned ramp.
OG ramp.
Innervate for 2 mana without overload?
So, yep, probably playing the Dreamway Guardians here since the only realistic play that they can make. Along with that hero power. So overall, I'd say this game is starting off the way that Warrior wants it to start, with Druid playing just straight up regular mana advancement, and not the crazy advancement that
What is this, token
is
Druid?
enabled by other cards. There's one of them though.
You can cast Guardian Animals this turn if we so choose.
Also, Kale Guardian Animals is an option, but doesn't seem to be much point to actually ramp into Kale for Guardian Animals without anything to follow. May also choose just to coin out a Twilight Runner, maybe?
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they could still take it slow if they want. I mean, they know they got all the time in the world as well facing this warrior. Just weighing their options right now, seeing what's the best one for them to do.
Coining the Twilight Runner feels pretty iffy considering that Kale is in hand and you really like having 2 0-mana spells in hand with Kale. Looks like Guardian Animals is coming.
Or just coin Twilight. Oh, nope. Hey, we are doing it.
Coin, Bloom. and guardian animals.
Ooh, double
Couple of
lake
lake
threshers.
threshers.
Late storm off the top? Oh.
Oh, and this is very strong for Team Adamos with Blastmaster Boom in hand for a couple turns from now. If they have a way to continue to clear up the board and prevent pressure, then we're going to see a lot of 1/1 bombs being summoned by this Boom with all these weapon swings. For now, just a green skin and gonna clear one of the 2 minions. 3 minions.
One of the 2 minions.
Math is hard.
Math is for second place, Ron. We discussed this.
There were 2 minions that mattered. I was just looking at 2.
Yeah.
I didn't even pay attention to the other one. Oh, it's dead.
I can't read.
But at least I can transition from screen to screen.
That one hurt a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Oof.
Oof.
All right, so NejiBoston, without a whole play on this turn due to the overload, Ghidra does not feel very good to play right here. Ironbark also may just want to be conserved for a KO play, so most likely, yep, just clearing up the minion, pressing the button, sending some damage.
Oh, there's the Lord Barov.
Very strong card to have, especially for this matchup whenever the board gets crazy. I think you probably want to hold that Skipper Barov combo. But yeah, the possibility of gaining a lot of armor here and clearing the 2 minions actually is really strong.
Gain 5 armor here.
Here.
Draw 4 cards.
Clear the board, gain a lot of armor, draw cards. Also,
what's not to
increase
like?
Your chances of another skipper.
When there's the Bladestorm.
Bladestorm now works just as well with Barov for a clear, so Team Adamos has the full board clear, charged up and ready to go whenever needed. On the other side for Team NejiBoston, still 1 mana off of the strongest turn. Just going to get that Twilight Runner down.
I mean, they could theoretically do it this turn if they wanted to, because the Risky's still on the board. But they can't clear off their other minions.
And let's see here. Do we have a Blastmaster Boom come down?
I don't think so, because you're only going to get 3 bombs.
Well, the Skipper would destroy all the bombs right away.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you would only get 3 bomb triggers because of the 3 minions already on board. So it doesn't seem the greatest.
Team Adamos, with a little bit of a board advantage, may also just want to charge up the weapon more.
Oh, yeah.
This sends a lot of face damage and puts even more bombs in the deck. You can armor up a little bit to get further out of range of any damage bursts, and then just plan on a boom for the following turn.
Yeah.
Or even the turn after with just a full board of boom bots after any clear that you like. Skipper, Barov, Bladestorm, whatever it might be. Brawl if you choose.
And luckily, you know, the burst from the Druid, especially this one, is, you know, you just got to count up, you know, am I dead to somehow double survival this turn with Kel'Thas or even a single. So, you know, you can play around the burst of the Druid extremely well. Especially with only 1 minion on the board.
Absolutely. And we see Team NejiBoston is just very slightly off of having a big Kale turn. Can't quite do it unless, I guess, Nature Studies found... Well, no. Because
you can't cast Kale.
First. Yeah. So next turn could be a big Kale turn, but it would have required holding the Ironbark. They're choosing to go Overflow instead.
I don't like
but
Overflow
with the
either.
card draw, you're just going to burn.
Yeah. Huh.
Overflow is fine. You might find a 0 mana that you can play. But once again, to avoid burning cards, then you make your Kale worse by getting rid of a another
zeros.
0 mana. The risky skipper does represent a problem, so it makes sense to clear it.
Honestly, we might just push 8 face here and then drop a Deathwing.
Yeah, this seems to make a lot of sense. He's mousing the Deathwing now. He knows to attack with the 2 minions first before doing so, but that is seeming like the likely play. Blastmaster Boom is also quite strong, even though there's only board space for 4 bombs.
I don't know, I think I'd like to see this Deathwing come down. Clear up this
I think
minion.
I prefer the Deathwing as well. This is really your best chance to get the most value off of Deathwing. It just represents so much damage that needs to be dealt with.
Yep, and it looks like they agree with us.
Basically just threaten a lethal with this.
Theoretical lethal. Gotta find some bombs first.
And, you know, removing a 6/7 taunt stealth
Draw 2 cards.
Twilight Runner feels like a good thing to get rid of. Keep a 12/4. Now, Kale plus Nature Studies. Nature Studies would have to find something very cheap.
Yeah, just a 1 mana
Or
card.
discount it to 0, but I think you always lead with Nature Studies just to see what it is and see how you inform the rest of your play. Because Kale can get you a Survival of the Fittest coming down. Maybe you can't play Kale because you need to play Broomstick to deal with that 12 damage on board, though. And you might want to hold. I guess, yeah, you're holding the Nature Studies for the next turn because that Deathwing is too much of a threat.
Alright, what do we get? Okay, a 4/1.
And yeah, very bad.
Yeah.
Very, very bad for Team NejiBoston. Getting that Diving Griffin. We saw some high rolls for Team NejiBoston earlier on the Teacher's Pet, but this was not what they wanted. Now
They high rolled too hard earlier. They cost
we have
themselves.
to see Blastmaster Boom come down, right?
I would think so.
We could just
I would like
see
to
a
see
risky skipper and a boom.
I don't think you
Like
have to
swing
play the
face,
risky, right?
skipper, boom. Well, there's a lethal chance.
So you get 5 bombs that trigger. Yeah,
6.
okay.
Oh yeah, 5 bombs. It is 5 bombs.
You
But,
need
I mean,
5 bombs
6
to
damage
deal
here.
15.
I mean, the max damage they can deal is 20. There's also bombs in deck that could be drawn off the top, so 10 might be the only breakpoint you need. I would love to see Skipper Blastmaster Boom here. Just go in. This, to me, it just looks like the perfect opportunity to have lots of chances for lethal.
See if they agree with you. Time's running
that's
out.
The play. That looks like the play.
Oh, they get 1 less because of the parachute.
Oh,
that's right.
I forgot the parachute sounds. Oh, that's so irritating. They were mousing over that parachute before, probably because they knew that was coming and it was going to disrupt the plan.
It did not matter. That last bomb would have not been lethal.
True. Although that did put Team NejiBoston in the exact breakpoint for all of those bombs that are in deck, but still hasn't drawn it.
Even the weapon
Granted,
is lethal.
The only real heal for Team NejiBoston is Overflow, and Overflow can just draw bombs and kill them.
This is going to be a tough one.
A very rough spot, no matter how you look at it, for Team NejiBoston right now. Going to go with the Nature Studies here. Gets a Kale. Iron Bark is very strong here.
It's not going to matter,
0 mana survival.
Because the Lord Barov can answer any taunt that's about to come out.
True. Yeah, if they went with survival and give Kale taunt, then
that's it.
That's game over.
Yeah.
I think they recognized that they should have played either survival or overflow, depending on what outs they were trying to go for. But playing the Iron Bark first there with Kale's ability meant there's no way they're coming back. So the Warrior picking up a win. Team Adamos evens up the series, and here it is, Tuna. The best words in Hearthstone.
Game 3, the final game of the series, the final game possible in the entire Duos tournament. The finals comes down to the last possible game of the tournament. If you're not excited, I don't know what will get you excited. I am.
Here we go.
My
it
blood
all
flow
comes down
is
to this.
going crazy.
Guardian Animals Druid
versus
Tempo
Mage.
Mage.
Woo, woo.
Let's do this.
For all you Druid haters out there, I know you're rooting for Team Adamos. So let's one chat. Will you come up? Let's just start spamming some hype. I want the hype spam in chat. This is everything's on the line. Final game. No one got swept in the finals. This is next level excitement here. Let's get to the game.
All right, and both sides holding cards they want to see. Guardian Animals in NejiBoston's opening hand, in Adamos' opening hand, 4 1-mana things. Discovers, more discovers, and
More
devolving
discovers?
missiles. This looks like a full keep for Team Adamos.
I think you send one of the studies back and keep the
I guess,
rest.
yeah, that makes sense to send back a studies.
Yeah.
On NejiBoston's side, probably just throwing back that broomstick and hoping nature studies can find ramp, but Guardian
draw
Animals
ramp
you
off
wanna
top.
keep.
Oh, they threw back both studies. Okay.
Adamos says studying is for second place, throwing it back.
Study? Oh, don't take the Biggin. All right, good. Woo. I would hate to see
Dande.
Yeah, flashback to Donde's misplay yesterday. I would also hate to see this game end like that, where they Biggin and then GA later, and it's just a big feels bad.
Yeah. Team Adamos picking up a lab partner off the top. Seems like a reasonable play on one. Not gonna play it at all,
Because of the Wand Thief, though. Like, it is a good combo for the Wand Thief. So.
Just really valuing the coin for the ability with Mana Cyclone. It makes sense to pair that with Wand Thief.
Yep, and that's what we'll see here.
Oh, it says explode.
So this guy's got to be the worst lab partner of all time. Look over your lab partner and something just explodes on him.
Look at these options here. A Frostbolt and a Pyro. Frostbolt definitely fits better with your plan. Play small stuff, not big stuff.
Also helps to deal with if they do go all for an early survival of the fittest. It can help you stabilize the board for a while by freezing the huge minions that could be put out here by this Druid.
And currently, Team NejiBoston is not drawing the way they would hope. After a promising start holding Guardian Animals and Nature Studies. Nature Studies, a little bit of a whiff, not finding ramp. They do have Lightning Bloom now, but that is going to deactivate the discount from Nature Studies. Crystal Power could be played here, but it doesn't feel very good.
No.
And we have a turn 5 Guardian Animals currently set up on this side with the Lightning Bloom, but nothing to do really for turn 3 or 4.
Oh, okay. We're going to kill the lab partner.
And this makes a reasonable amount of sense. Just, you got to do something on this turn.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the benefit from Nature Studies, but the Crystal Power at least gets rid of the Spell Power, which somewhat scares you. And look at that. Another Spell Power guy that they just killed. That Team
Always
Adamos
had
can
it.
play to annoy them immediately.
I think you just slam a Firebrand here.
Tempo
one
3-4
face.
seems
Yeah.
perfectly fine. You aren't approaching the Druid's biggest power turns yet.
Yeah. They have no ramp, so if they're going to combo next turn, they have to have double Lightning Bloom, and there's no reason to play around that.
And ouch, this looks like another hero power pass for Team NejiBoston. Also drawing 3 of the animals that they want to hit from Guardian Animals in hand. And Magic Trick, a massive pickup for a Mana Cyclone turn if Team Adamos chooses to go off with it here. The Spell Burst on this Firebrand is probably not going to be all that relevant.
Now, it could be next turn if they play out like a vanilla 5-4, but I doubt they would into a Firebrand, so.
Right. Suppose you could plan on leaving it up just to block that potential play.
Yeah.
We can see it's almost certainly going to be Lightning Bloom Guardian Animals.
And the last ones in the deck are double Thresher and 1 Twilight Runner. So this GA is possibly going to be the only GA of the game.
Correct. Team Adamos looks like calculating how many spells they could get from Mana Cyclone and whether or not it would be worth it on this turn. I think it looks like they're deciding against it. They're just going to ping here.
Yep. Okay.
Along with this minion, and that is the decision. Maybe Mana Cyclone comes down next turn. They figure there will be minions to interact with. Oh, are they going to play the top deck one to tilt them?
Nah.
No, they play the one that they've been holding in hand all game. There's the Thresher. There's the card draw, the Twilight Runner.
Fog Beam and Overgrowth. Finally some ramp for this Druid.
Also, good positioning on Team Adamos' part for the Firebrand and where the other minions went, keeping the Firebrand in the middle. So the max value hit would mean that the Thresher takes max damage on it. Wisely positioned it that way so the hits could have been more awkward.
Okay. Looks like we're going to choose to use Brain Freeze this turn.
Card draw, Brain Freeze, or Frostbolt just because it's more expensive. It is face damage as opposed to no face damage with Brain Freeze, but at the same time, I think Team Adamos recognizes they're most likely not going to win this with just that minor amount of burn. Here we have an Overgrowth pickup from Team NejiBoston, very big at this point in the game to get more mana to work with faster than Team Adamos can. Just going to hold off with those 0 mana spells now. And is this the Mana Cyclone turn?
I was thinking you see what you get off studies. Maybe you can get a 0 mana thing, and then you could like Brain
Magic
Freeze and
Trick
kill
at
it.
the lead also makes a lot of sense too. Not holding any dragons for Arcane Breath to be active. Missiles perfectly fine. Team Adamos may have just been holding out hope for a Sorcerer's Apprentice. They may still be holding out hope for the Apprentice to really go off with Cyclone. Another Arcane Breath being offered, a Tome of Intellect, a Mirror Image. So many cheap things. This turn so far just screams,
Yeah.
play Mana Cyclone.
Which they still can. You can take the Arcane Breath and the Brain Freeze, clears up the Thresher, and then allows you to play the Mana Cyclone.
With the rope burning as much, if they do elect to go with that play, it's really going to be a test of Team Adamos' APM. I think they're just waiting, though.
Going for the Arcane Missiles. 50-50 on each one. All right, we got it.
And it gets there, clears up the minion. Team NejiBoston hoping for a Ysera off the top. No such luck.
You can't be lucky every game.
What's left in the deck for Guardian Animals? Just a single Thresher.
Yep.
7 mana, summon a 4/6.
Rush. But it's got Cleave.
And Cleave.
Yeah. I mean, that's not
let's
bad.
Cleave that 1/2. Easy.
Yeah. Well, obviously not this turn, but like if the board ever gets wide on Team Adamos' side, it could be reasonable.
Forest Aid seems somewhat reasonable pick, as does Healing Touch. Overgrowth doesn't feel like it's a great option here, unless they want to play it literally for the 0 mana to wait for Kale. But Force Aid, yeah, definitely seems good just to play right now.
It's going to be a big feels bad with this Raz and Primordial Studies.
Absolutely, yeah. Raz,
they
Frost Whisper, and a Primordial Studies means this whole board dies easily. And there's a 1 mana Reservoir to still enable Team Adamos to hold back the coin. Raz clears up the board, and 1 more damage goes face.
True master
Yep, they get to push 3 face here and clear the board.
And Team Adamos just waiting and waiting on the Cyclone turn, but now only holding 3 spells to actually charge it up.
That's okay.
Looks
That's
like
enough.
the opportunity for that right now has a little bit been missed, but 3 random spells is still not terrible. And with the Jandis in hand, they
Was that the last Thresher?
they've gained board, and that's the last Thresher. Yeah, so there was a dead card in Team NejiBoston's hand, and that is a 7-mana Guardian Animals. It does literally nothing. Knowing they can't play Force Aid into this Raz.
Yeah, they just automatically
Also
get
not holding the broomsticks to give their minions rush a different way.
Yeah, it's just starting to look real bad for Team NejiBoston here.
How curious.
They will drop double 5-drops here.
Are we going to see a taunt on the Twilight Runner just to protect it? We are not. Oh, wow. And there's an evocation.
Definitely lead off with this devolving missiles, though.
Evolving, dealing with these minions, making them far less threatening than otherwise. Here comes a Jandis.
What makes something real?
Team Adamos hoping for spell damage off the... well, that's also very good.
Yeah.
Got a Rusher.
They can clear the whole board with the Rusher. Because the 1/2 can go into the 3/4 ping, or vice versa. The 4/4 should go into the 3/4.
I mean, you can just take the 4/4 as the minion to die on a hit and just go 4/4 into 4/4.
Nah.
Looks like the...
That makes sense. Yeah.
Makes too much sense.
This will clear it up
Tuna
with a
doesn't
ping.
like it.
Yeah. We're going to push 5 face here.
And this is just a really dangerous spot for Team NejiBoston here, and
Yep.
still not finding what they're looking for. Hand is too full and clunky to feel good with overflow. Dead Guardian Animals in hand, and may just need to, use the double bog beams, clear up Raz, and play that overflow to draw.
Okay.
Yeah, if you play Force Aid, you're just not coming back. I think you have to find your power cards.
Yeah. Hey, we did find the...
Finally, at
broom.
least found a broomstick for Rush, but gonna have to burn the card off the top and risk that, there's not enough damage to get through on this next turn. Don't think you want to play the broomstick here.
You could theoretically Speaker, but I think that's also just a losing play.
Yeah, Speaker at the very least gives Guardian Animals some purpose finally, because you could give +7/+7 to Speaker. And here we go with a lot of spells again. So this is probably the Mana Cyclone turn. There's a Solarian being offered. Oh, wow. And Team Adamos can go nuts with spells. With basically just an evocation for more refill after whatever these random spells might do.
Oh, yeah, and they have +2 attack from the Phalanx.
Oh, that's actually kind of
nice.
Oh, wow.
Looks like we're going to save the evocation for another turn.
Things are coming up Adam and Gkick and Walter right now. Yeah, play a Solarian. Ping, maybe, just to get more damage in now. And we'll see what card gets burned off the top. A survival of the fittest, that's one of the two.
That's right, there's no Kel'Thas in hand, so it's not like they're going to have time to cast that this turn anyways.
True.
But Team NejiBoston needs to do something about this board, because Apex Blast plus his board right now is just lethal.
There's a Ghidra along with a Lake Thresher and a Broomstick. That means there can be a Wind Fury Rush minion as well as a Cleave minion You know, you could play the Lake Thresher with Ironbark on it, and then play Ghidra and a Broomstick, but you don't really have a spell that triggers Ghidra. Maybe Ghidra's just used to deal with a little bit or just ignore it entirely.
Standard time run low.
This is a pretty rough turn. Oh,
Oh, I
Force
mean, we could
Aid.
rush
Actually,
the
Force
Force
Aid
Aid, yeah.
Broomstick is actually pretty nice. Yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking about that. That deals quite well with this board.
Absolutely.
And then can just damage a 0 attack. Might as well. Oh, that's a scary minion for Team NejiBoston to see. A 0 mana
Oh, another
mana
Solarian.
giant is about to come down. Another Solarian being found from this
Oh my
studies here.
goodness.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Now that mana giant costs 0. It's going to get played on this board. Do we see anything else get played before an evocation? Do we see an evocation now? Does it go in with a Pexus Blast?
I think you just 7 them in the dome.
Team Adamos agrees. Let's push that damage now.
Yep.
Get more cards out of hand. Get the clunkier one. Maybe just a double freeze with Ray. Doesn't need that much space, I suppose, for
They can't go face.
evocation. target space showing,
Just to be
hey,
sure.
this one face ahead lethal.
Yeah. Just had to double check. Even though it does say minion on the card. Had to make sure.
And now, honestly, Ghidra probably has to get played with the Guardian Animals. I don't know. Guardian Animals, Ironbark, Innervate, something.
Well, Guardian Animals doesn't do anything. Oh, you're saying just to give it the +7.
+7/+7.
Yeah, but it kills.
Kill the Mana Giant, kill the Phalanx.
Yeah, and then you Ironbark it. What does that leave it at? So it becomes an 8/11, then a 9/14. Takes 12. And then, so it goes down to 2. So they're still lethal because of the Ray of Frost. Just to clear
Oh, wait,
through
I
it.
guess you should just overflow then. Innervate, Ghidra overflows better.
Yeah.
Standard time run low.
Innervate just to get cards out of your hand to not. Yep. And that's the play. Go ahead and Ironbark that Ghidra and clear up the most threatening minions.
Oh, we do find another Ironbark. Oh, and there goes the Kel'Thas.
Kale being burned. Did not have time to Ironbark it again, which would have protected it further, or didn't want to play it.
I think they ran out of time.
Probably ran out of time. And we can see right here that this 3 can go face pretty easily just with a double Ray.
Yep.
If Team Adamos chooses to do so. They also have the option of Cram Session, drawing 3, but I think Evocation has to be the play. And you can find lethal.
Oh, missiles is lethal. Yeah, double freeze, attack,
with,
ping,
yeah,
missiles.
Double Ray, missiles. That's gonna
That's
do
gonna
it.
do it.
We have a winner. Team Adamos.
Adamos.
Adam, Gkick, and of course, Walter. Taking down the victory here. Congratulations to Team Adamos, winning in thrilling fashion.
Ooh, comes back down from a 1-0 start or an 0-1 start, wins the next 2 games to take
We've
down
seen a
the
lot of
Duos
reverse
tournament.
sweeps.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can get them in here.
Is there any chance we can get the elusive Adam, Gkick, and Walter in for an interview?
I'm gonna do my best, Ron. I'm gonna tell you what.
So yeah, just an absolutely thrilling series of games all the way through. Fantastic top 8, and Team Adamos showing off the power of this tempo mage. It missed on a lot of its best things too, with no Sorcerer's Apprentice being drawn. Only one mana giant, which obviously was huge, even to have the one for 0.
Yeah,
But never found Chenvala either to go off with that. Still just absolutely an extremely powerful controlling of the board type of deck that can push a lot of damage. And it came down to that one, and that one found the win. Guardian Animals Druid coming up short, not drawing the way it wanted in those last couple games against Warrior and Mage. And lo and behold, there's Team Adamos getting the win.
absolutely. It looks like Team Walter Adamos Gkick are too elusive for me. And
I did get a response from Gkick. They're a bit too tired right now,
yeah,
so
that's what.
not get a final interview. The mysterious Walter will stay mysterious. But congratulations again to Adam and Gkick. Really well played throughout, a well-deserved victory, and so happy to see you guys just play incredible all the way through and take down the victory in an outstanding fashion.
Absolutely. 2 seed coming in and takes it all down after an extraordinarily great 4-1 run in the 5 rounds of Swiss that happened yesterday. So.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is I was talking to Adam a little bit after the Swiss had ended, and he was saying he kind of wanted it to just end. He wanted to go and do something else, and he was like, "All right," like I don't know if he was actually gonna play in the top 8 if it kept going yesterday. But he's like, everybody wanted it to be tomorrow, so win-win. It works out.
Yeah.
And then he goes on to win the whole thing along with his teammate Gkick, and just really impressive. Awesome that it worked out. That's a win-win-win,
Win.
I suppose, for him there.
Either way, the real winner of all this is definitely Walter.
Clearly.
Clearly.
and of course, you guys, the viewers,
yep.
Thank you so much for hanging out with.
Oh, did I lose you,
My
Ron?
voice starts to die on me here.
Oh, there we are. You're back.
Yeah, I guess my microphone's getting tired too.
Yeah, every part of Ron, his electronics, his body just tired. Played in the whole thing yesterday, cast it today. Thanks once again.
Everything's breaking down now.
Yeah.
Good thing we come to the end.
Yeah. Ron couldn't make it another 10 minutes of Hearthstone. Once again, I want to thank the players that participated in this tournament. I want to thank Big Ted, Timothy Chambers, and you, Ron, for coming out here and helping me cast over these 10 plus hours of Hearthstone now, over these 2 days. Shout out to THL for giving these opportunities for these great tournaments in the off season as we get prepped for the regular season to roll around.
Yeah, we got a good preview of what some of the contending decks might be for the upcoming season. I'm sure there's a lot of you out there that might be taking notes and trying to figure out what's going to be the best strategies going forward. And these off-season tournaments are always so much fun. I'm so happy to be a part of it and get to participate both in playing and casting. And despite my personal issues with Tuna, as it were. I do want to say a really big thank you has to go to Tuna. Absolutely carried all of these matches being casted, put a lot of time in, and show him a lot of appreciation because this is not easy to do. Transition notwithstanding, he did a great job, and
I've learned my lesson.
Yeah, that's just an awesome thing that we all benefit from. So thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. Just glad I get to do this for THL. Glad I get to put on all these awesome things for the people at home. So they get to watch me be an idiot on live stream and get to watch some good Hearthstone all at the same
That's
time.
right, yeah. Hey, who doesn't love being an idiot and casting Hearthstone at the same time? It's the best.
Yeah, right. Did Lord Tuna mute yourself? I don't even know what I did. Was I screaming? Chat's
Maybe.
angry at me again.
It happens. They'll get over it. But yes, since we don't have an interview, I guess that pretty much just wraps it up for us here.
Yeah. Thanks once again, all the folks at home that came out and watched. And hope to see you at the reveal streams. It looks like they're going to be broken up into 2 days. Thursday and Friday, I think, are the days. But don't quote me on that. Keep an eye out for it in the Discord for the actual days.
Yep, just keep your eyes peeled. Follow THL on Twitter. Follow THL in the Discord. Pay attention to this Twitch channel. Get those notifications and make sure you tune in for the next ones. As for tonight, that's going to wrap it up for us. And thank you so much again to everyone tuning in. Hope you had a blast. I know we did. And we will see you again soon.
See ya.
Have a good night.
Greeting, traveler.